All right, and I am live. It is Saturday, July 18th, and y'all know what it is. If it's Saturday, then that means it's my Friday. Oh, and I am so happy. I'm always happy to see the Saturday coming. So I'm heading off over here to the yard. Lordy, y'all. Waking up early this morning, irritated. Just domestic irritation. You have people staying with you and they kind of overstep boundaries, and then you end up arguing, family shit. You're kind of cooped up on top of each other because of this Rona thing, so you're gonna have that family argument of the thing going on. What my biggest pet peeve though, no, I got quite a few pet peeves, I ain't gonna lie. I'm probably not the easiest person to live with, but then again, I don't know, I feel like I am. But my biggest thing, if you living with me, please follow my rules. I hate repeating myself over and over and over and over and over again. And then the person really irritates me when they act like you ain't been saying the same shit numerous times. That shit gets on my nerve like no other thing. Not only do I have to repeat myself, but then you turn around and gas like I ain't been saying the shit already. The worst thing you can do for me, if I go to sleep in the house, my main thing is lock all the doors, lock all the windows. And the reason why is because hell, during this corona thing, I am heavily paranoid about people doing home invasions, and already arrested quite a few people out here in Phoenix for home invasions. So, I'm a big stickler on lock my motherfucking door. So anyway, I get up this morning and I'm going about my day. I'm moving around, and it looked like my front door is ajar. Now I never, never, never not lock my front door. So the front door is cracked. So I immediately get heated. I go up in the bedroom. I'm like, hey, did you go out? My daughter was like, no. I said, well, how come, the front door is ajar? I said, you don't lock the front door before you go to bed? Because, see, I was the first one to go to sleep, and I was knocked out ever since I got back home last night. Well, from work yesterday. So she knows she was the only person that could have left that door open. Now, this is the gaslight, y'all. Well, I could have sworn you was up and you opened it. Just diverting the responsibility. And once again, this is stuff that I have said over and over and over again. Yeah, this gonna be a rant. I am ranting, y'all. I am ranting this morning. I'm just pissed. Because like I said, this argument happened like not even 10 minutes ago. Then all the other things start coming down, being messy, not doing your chores, all the lights on, all the stuff that, kind of bother you when you got people living with you. When you're by yourself, you can control these things, but when you got another person living with you, you can't control another grown person, but that person living in your house and they not really respecting your rules. That's the shit that really pisses me the fuck off. So yeah, I'm up this morning ranting, a little, cranky, in a bad mood. Cause like I said, people don't never want to listen. They in your shit, but they don't want to listen. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Viper Sniper. Yes, I am getting it in. So then I'm locking the door back and everything like that. And then I go and I grab the trash out the trash can, because when I leave in the morning, the first thing that I do is I grab whatever trash is in the trash can. And then I drape a empty bag over there so that she can put the bag in. So I'm going to the trash can and I notice that there's like donut powder all around the floor by the trash can. And then I look behind the trash can and there's donuts on the floor behind the trash can. I had bought some donuts the other day. I knew my daughter was going to throw them donuts away because she didn't want me eating all those donuts. So at any rate, I'm going off again. So I go back in the room and I'm like, hey, how did you miss the whole trash can when you threw away these donuts? Like, did you not know that, there's like donut powder on the floor? That attracts ants. I know you finna get up right now and get this up off the floor. So now I'm forgetting that this is a grown ass woman. But hell, fuck that. If you a grown ass woman, you would know how to clean up behind yourself. So yeah, I made her get up and get that shit. So I'm leaving now. Yeah, I'm cranky, y'all. I'm cranky, cranky, cranky this morning. I don't know what it is about people that live with you, and it's not just people. It's usually your family. It be your own family. I mean, I think I argue more with my family. When my friend lived with me, this is just a friend, not a family. You know, she used to clean and all that type of stuff. Didn't have do too many arguments. Didn't have no problems with them. Doing what you ask. But it's always family. When family come and live with you, they the worst. I don't know why that is. I do not know why family is the worst. Oh, I'd be glad when she get this thing together and this Rona is over and everything. Shit, I can go back to having my stuff to myself. Oh, what's up, Baratiki? Yeah, I got home. I checked my email too. I think Dana had sent me something in my email about doing a panel. But shoot, I wasn't doing nothing. I got home exhausted. Like I said, I passed out. After I did my little wind down ritual, I passed the hell out. I wasn't thinking about doing no panels, watching no TV, none of that stuff. Right, the morning rant. I don't know. But yeah, I read the email again this morning because I glanced at it yesterday. I think she was doing a panel on whether or not it was a sisterhood or something. Now that would have been a panel that I would have loved to have jumped in on because I got a lot to say about that shit. Oh shit. Oh, I gotta put some gas in here. I forgot I was running on E. Yeah, I said I was gonna get up early and hit the gas station, and my ass forgot. I was so mad. I jumped in the car, just turned on my stream yard, and just started ranting. I forgot everything that I had planned I was gonna do this morning. And it's kind of messed up though because you don't really mind when it's your mess, when it's just you by yourself and you being messy by yourself. But it's like treasonous if it's somebody else's mess. Like, how dare you come up in here and make this mess? But no, I don't make messes like that. I'm pretty meticulous about my shit. Oh, almost over here to this yard. But yeah, getting back to that email, yeah, I wish that Dana would do those type of shows if she's gonna invite me. I wish she would do it like on Sunday, Mondays, or Tuesdays. That would be my time because I'll be well rested and I can jump up on a panel, cam up, and the whole nine. But when I be getting off work, I be tired, sluggish, cranky, and all this other type of stuff. Cranky in the morning and cranky when I'm sleepy. I don't know. I don't usually do crankiness in the morning. The only reason why I was cranky this morning is because of that bullshit. Waking up with the door cracked and all this type of stuff. That was that bullshit. Almost there. Wonder if I should go to the gas station first or hit it when I get back. Might hit it when I get back. I just want to go and get this day over with. Yeah, so Dana was asking whether or not there's a sisterhood or whatever. I've been knowing that we have a problem with the black sisterhood. That would have been a great topic to talk about, but like I said, I was too tired. And the sisterhood, like I said, is been divided a long time because of the whole man shortage thing. That's number one. We are always in competition with one another. So we've always had a level of cattiness to each other and dealing with one another. But also just our culture as black women is kind of messed up. I don't know if we as black people will admit it, but we have a very materialistic, very what's the word I'm looking for? It's not materialistic, but it's more like I don't know, as a group. It's not even just with the sisterhood, but as a group, our culture is just kind of we're all into what looks good and that sort of thing. So that's the whole culture, as far as like here in the United States. And most of it is geared towards the women, like I don't know, it's superficial. That's what I'm looking for. That's the word I'm looking for. It's a very superficial, materialistic, idealistic culture that we have. And that's part of the problem. And most of it is geared towards black women. I think black women, we are more materialistic and superficial than anybody else. And so, therefore, we're quite childish too. Now, I won't say that we're more childish than our male counterparts because I kind of think the childishness on both sides is at an all time high. But black women do tend to, carry that a little bit more. Our attitudes, is something to be desired. And we don't like it when people say that we have an attitude, but yeah, we all of us do it. Even me, I see it in myself. That funky attitude, yeah, I see it in myself. We do have to work more on our interpersonal skills. I'll just put it like that. But anytime you tell a truth about the sisterhood, about black women, about our traits, how we treat one another, We get extremely sensitive. Now, here's the thing: we have really bad attitudes, but we're real sensitive about everything. We're sensitive about people talking about our attitudes. We're sensitive about people talking about our looks, our weights, all types of stuff, our weights, our weight. Um, so it's kind of sucky, yeah. But I think that a lot of these traits that we have, they don't really help when it comes to forging a sisterhood, because when you got traits like people being catty, people being overly sensitive, people having bad attitudes, is kind of difficult to forge friendships, especially if you're not the type of person that typically operates in that mechanism. Oh goodness. Get my bag out here. Get ready to walk over to this truck. So yeah, if anybody is questioning whether or not there's a problem with the sisterhood, I mean, duh. You can see all the problems. It doesn't even take Ray Charles to see all the problems that black women have with one another, and we have a plethora of them. One of these days I'll sit down and compile a list and counting the ways of all the issues and problems that we have as black women towards one another, because it goes deep. The competition, the man sharing, the constant comparing one another to each other, the idolatry, the list just goes on and on. Bellywank says, are ADOS black women materialistic more than non-black women? Well, Bellywank, I don't know if we're more or less materialistic than other women. I would I would wager to say that we probably are. But black people, not just black women, but black people as a whole, we are idolaters. We put a lot of stock in labels, name brands. If we got a Michael Kors, you know, we walk a little bit taller when we got that label or that name brand on our behalf, because we wasn't nothing without the label. And I have seen people walk a little taller, have a little bit more confidence about themselves because they rocking a label. And it's a damn shame. But yeah, that's how our people are. Perfectible, what we doing up in here. I'm just doing my Saturday morning run, ranting a little bit about my daughter. She'll probably listen later on and be like, Mom, why you telling everybody our business? I got the donuts up behind the garbage can. You didn't have to go online and say that. Let's see, where's my truck? Here I am. Perfectibly says that's because black people tend to live vicariously through the media and celebrities. Yes, we got that bad. Al Banks said there's also problems with the brotherhood as well, men not stepping up to be men. And I'm trying to fix that, especially in the community. Kudos to you, Al Banks. Good luck with that. Because I'm telling you, there's some hard headed brothers out here that ain't trying to hear none of that. If you let them tell it, everything is a black woman's fault and they have no culpability of their own. Good luck with that. That's just kind of like me trying to talk to the sisters about some of the problems that we bring upon ourselves that falls on deaf ears. You know, if you're not playing the feel good music and bringing out the yak, don't nobody want to hear the shit. Man, this dude right here, boy, I tell you, time I get in this truck, he always had this radio blasting. As soon as I turn on the ignition, might leave him a nice little nasty gram in the truck. Like, please turn the radio down when you leave the truck. I get in here at 2 o'clock in the morning and got to be frightened by as loud as the radio. Get about my day, y'all. Don't mind me. But yeah, the sisterhood, the sisterhood sucks right about now. We're not really doing a good job with unity within the sisterhood at all. And then there are certain sistren that you really don't want to unify with because they be on that super ghetto power trip. I want to be mad at black men 24/7 and be a goddamn super thought. I ain't got time for that shit. Don't nobody got time to be super thoughting it up online. Not especially not in my middle age. Oh hell no. Not at no age actually. Alrighty, let me go ahead and get my little self started here. Next. Yes, I'm keeping this trailer. Oh yeah. Perfectibilist says being a stand-up black man get you called lame, a square, and no one wants to rock with you. But being a kind of man they complain about, they'll love you. Oh yeah, and here's the thing that I began to realize since being on this public platform. People love assholes. They do. If you could pull off being a nice asshole, have a perfect balance of nice, nasty asshole, oh, you will get all the love in the world from black YouTube. But you got to have a level of assholishness, what they call it, nigga juice. They call it nigga juice when you are a nice asshole folk hero in these YouTube streets. The asshole folk hero gets all the love. And good is evil and evil is good. A lie is better than the truth. You all can probably go on and on and on about the irregularities in this motherfucker. But yeah, black people, we don't value doing what's right. We value whatever's hot and whatever's popping. Whatever sounds fly, that's what we value. Bellywink says they say the black community is hated by black women because of the Democratic Party. They kick the fathers out of their homes. Is that true? The black community has been hated by women because black men have never been afforded the opportunities to take care of their family. It didn't matter about a Democrat party, a Republican party, or whatever party. Opportunities. That's what mattered. And if you don't give the men opportunities, and if you only give the women bandage government assistance, which don't empower a people at all. All it does is just help them maintain and not die of exposure. That's about it. But no, I don't think neither black men or black women have very much power in our communities as a collective. Black women just scrapping and surviving, and black men never having opportunities. We're both pretty much victims of the same system. But with this gender warring bullshit that's going on, you hear from either angle of the narrative, everybody wants to make themselves and paint themselves out to be a victim rather than looking at history for what it was. We were held back as a group, and being held back as a group, and then further having division amongst ourselves didn't really help matters either. Perfectiveless says no one respects either until they have messed their lives up and need some sort of help. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I hate when these other truck drivers, it be 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm in this dark ass yard. They be walking through this yard. I guess they need help or whatever, and then they kind of sneak up on your truck, no warning, like it's not 2 o'clock in the morning and shit. Now, if I just start pepper spraying motherfuckers, I'll be wrong. Well, I don't know. I might just be evil and cranky. But no, I don't like motherfuckers sneaking up on me at no damn 2 o'clock in the morning. Too early for that shit. Don't mind me, y'all. I'm talking and wiping this truck down, glancing at the comments as I do so. But no, you try to talk to the sisters about things that would better us and empower us as women. And I don't know, we're fighting over dumbass shit, getting upset over bullshit, and I ain't got time for it. I have experienced heartache. I've experienced the death of a spouse. I've experienced a lot of things in my life that could have made me bitter and angry, and probably has made me bitter and angry. I'm not going to deny that I might have some bitter, angry tendencies because of my experiences, but I try to be self-aware at least. At least when you're trying to be self-aware, you can kind of counteract those things. But if you are not a self-aware individual and you just think everything that you do and say is right and everybody else is wrong and it's either your way or the highway, well, that ain't gonna work either. Has to be some kind of balance. I have tried to talk to sisters about us collectively, starting another movement besides the natural hair movement to deal with our health. And then you get a lot of pushback on it. Oh, you just mad because you're ugly. Then they want to throw out your ugly when you want to start talking about health and fitness and stuff like that. Or then you get the ones that say, oh, you know what, I'm considered overweight, but I'm still healthy. You get a whole lot of pushback when you talk about the health and wellness piece. Speaking of health and wellness, I gotta get back with Mahogany Roots on her email that she sent me. Mahogany, if you're listening, yes, I did get your email. I have just been knocked out like a light these last few days as I am totally sleep deprived. But I will get back to you on my days off and definitely want to start that morning workout ritual on your channel. You know, it's all about positivity and striving for positive change with me. But yeah, you know, we do like our assholes. We like our shit to be fly and popping all the time. You know, it's the party has to keep moving type generation that we live in. Get my water bottle out here. I don't know who this driver is, but he got to always have this passenger door open. Let's see what y'all talking about here. All right, so Perfectible says nobody respects either until they've messed their lives up and need some sort of help. Bellywink says True Faith, Kevin Samuels, and Tommy Sotomayor disrespect black women, and these women still support them. They love assholes. Oh, absolutely. I was watching Kevin Samuels the other day, and I saw the Dippity Doo Dah Stupid Sisterhood on his channel, and they were on there. Some of the women I were pretty proud of. Like I said, when you if you call into a show like Kevin Samuels, Tommy Sotomayor, the Black Authority, because he's Jason Black is on the same level to me as Kevin Samuels. If you are a black woman and you call in to talk to these assholes on their show, and they don't hang up on you, you have done something wrong. Now, for the sisters that got hung up on, muted, talked over, you have done your job because, see, you were giving them the proper amount of pushback. See, these guys, they think that muting these women, talking over them and hanging up on them and then talking about them after they gone, like they have actually done something so great. But to me, I give those women kudos that got hung up on, talked over, and muted because at least they were given the proper amount of pushback. Now, if you did not, if none of the above happened to you and you're a woman that stumbled across that show and called in, and at the end of that show, he patted you on your head like you a little puppy and gave you your little Scooby snacks and gave you the thumbs up, you did something wrong. As a black woman, you did something wrong if men of this ilk is patting you on the head. Yes, I said it. Because I tell you, you know, I listen to everybody. And no, you know, and this is the other thing too that I can't stand from the sisterhood, because the sisterhood act as if you cannot listen to people, you know, to gain some kind of knowledge or, you know, figure out what the fuck is going on. You know, oh, if you listen to them, you just gave them your support. If you cash at them, you gave them. You know, I'm so sick and tired of y'all little stank booty asses getting y'all little hypocritical behinds up here. Every content creator that's on here, whether it be for the sisterhood or not for the sisterhood, all of y'all are up here trying to make some money. Okay, let's just get that straight right now. Whether you sitting up here thinking that you helping the sisterhood, if you got a cash app going across your stream. Oh, there, speaking of cash app, hold on, let me get my banner going. Cause yeah, you motherfuckers ain't no better than me. Yeah, cash app me at $Lady in the Truck. Okay, since y'all want to be on here giving away your money. Every motherfucking content creator that's on YouTube that has a monetized platform is trying to make money. And I'm getting sick and tired of bitches, especially the bitches, doing the same shame tactic as the men, talking about some what y'all doing over there, supporting their platforms, giving them your views. But then When later on down the line, when you listen to they content with they hypocritical asses, they done been over there listening too. So, that's the other thing that I don't like about the sisterhood. The other thing I don't like about the sisterhood, the hypocrisy. Okay? Your hypocritical ass gonna sit up here and down talk the next sister for listening in on a live stream. And by the way, you ain't paying no motherfucking body's internet bill. By the way, you don't pay my internet bill or the next sister's internet bill. So who the fuck are you to tell a sister where they can go and who they should listen to and what the fuck they listening for? That this is the type of shit that be pissing me off. You know, even goddamn Satan will study his enemies, but you bitches be on here doing the most, and I can't stand y'all hypocritical asses. Yeah, I'm talking to bitches that say shit like that. The other day I was on somebody's platform and I simply she snapped on me for asking a motherfucking question. I had asked her about Kevin Samuels and she started going off the deep end on some other bullshit. Oh well, if you like Kevin Samuels, you might as well go over there and support him then. Bitch, then I had and I asked the question on her platform with a motherfucking super chat. That's what really killed me. And I said, okay, I'm done going the fuck over here. That's the other thing, the attitude problem that I was talking about earlier, that a lot of us sisters have. We don't know how to talk to each other. Like I said, the other day I was on Crimson Cure's platform, but I've dealt with her before. She have gone off on me before. But like I said, I can't really fault her for that because I did not come at her correctly. We as sisters, we don't know how to come at each other correctly when we talking to each other. So we automatically everything is a offensive. I'm gonna jump into my attitude mode. And that's how we deal with each other and everybody. We jump to an attitude mode real quick. And I'm going to say other races of women, they are more reserved. They have more control over their attitude. And they are less quick to jump into an attitude mode before they have an understanding of what exactly is going on. And yeah, I do fault the sisterhood for that. There are a lot of black women that are quick to catch attitudes before finding out what the fuck is going on. And then that's how come we be looking stupid a lot of times. I'm just going to tell the truth and shame the devil on that. We get all up into our attitudes and feelings too quickly, which is the same thing that I tried to tell a certain person that came over to my platform that jumped into her little attitude real fast because she saw somebody post a goddamn article in the goddamn chat room. But like I said, I'm done with that shit. So yeah, there's a lot of things that the sisterhood does need to work on, and it ain't got shit to do. I would rather see a motherfucking sister running around here with a busted hair weave than a busted attitude. I'm gonna be honest. I would rather deal with the sister with the busted hair weave than the busted attitude. So while we sitting up here talking about busted hair weaves, and here's the other hypocritical thing. This is the other thing about the sisterhood, and I'm gonna put it all out here. I'm gonna put it all out here because Dana got me thinking about it since I read her email. If I had been on her show, that show probably would have been lit because I would have been talking about all these bitches. But how the fuck are you gonna be sitting up here wearing weaves, lace fronts, wigs, your motherfucking self, and then sit up here and talk about other sisters wearing weaves and lace fronts? Make that make sense. Let me in on the my wig, weave, lace front is better than yours club, okay? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like some hypocritical bullshit, if you ask me. If you're walking around with some fake shit on your head, you ain't got no business, no business, no business, no business, no business, no business under the sun talking about another sister's bad hair weave. All you know what? In the eyes of a lot of men, I'm just gonna break it down to you, sisters. No matter how nice you think your weave is, most black men think they're all bad. So you sit up here and you look like a goddamn fool putting the next sister down for her hair weave. You all need to go and get your goddamn heads examined because y'all embarrassing the rest of us out here in these streets, out here in these social media streets when y'all do that. I never speak on another sister's hair weave because I wear hair weave. What the fuck do I look like sitting up here being a hypocrite? Well, my hair weave better than yours. My hair weave better than yours. I'm gonna talk about your hair weave, even though I'm sitting up here with a mop of hair on my head too. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna tell the truth today and shame the devil. I don't care how it looks because you know what? I'm tired of seeing the hypocritical bullshit out here in these YouTube streets. Belly wank is not just black women that are bad at customer service. Okay, now that's the other myth. Now, even though I will agree that a lot of the sisters do have bad attitudes, I will not agree that we are the only one that give bad customer service. I have called into a lot of places where they have that outsourced customer service from Nicaragua or Vietnam, them goddamn non-English speaking Chinese people. Those are the worst customer service people that you will deal with, not black women. Actually, I have gotten more empathy dealing with sisters in customer service than I have with those non-English speaking Tagalog motherfuckers. So no, this will not be a black woman bash. I'm not here for that. But I will say what we do. I will tell what the fuck it is that we do. But yeah, bad customer service, no, that's not just relegated to black women. Matter of fact, I'm going through a thing with a white woman right now over a refrigerator that my mother ordered. Bitch don't want to give us back our money. And we have a warranty. So no, it's not just black women. You can't, put all of that on us. But as far as having an attitude in general and being quick to, jump to the defensive about shit, yeah, that's us. We have bad attitudes, but we're real sensitive, and we don't want nobody pointing our shit out to us. So we always jump, to the defensive on shit. But to our defense, though, the reason why black women are so defensive is because of black men like Tommy Sotomayor. They did not make it any better on us to lower our defenses. Let's see, did I get my oh yeah, I gotta get my navigation and everything together. Over here trying to multitask and forgetting stuff. Alrighty, got my navigation on point. And my other timesheet. Right, put myself in at 5 minutes after. Good. All right, so now I can give you all my full attention here. And before I pull off, I'm going to do this. All right, I'm back. I always do that shit. All right, before I pull off, I am going to drop the link down here in case anybody wants to come up. There we go. So that way I won't be looking for it while I'm on the road here. But yeah, that's just a few of my observations and my personal dealings with. Bellywink says, why do black women struggle more with domestic violence? Because black men are collectively not in control of their feelings and emotions either, just like black women are. That's why black women struggle more with domestic violence. See, you want me to sit here and say it's because of a black woman's attitude and her big mouth, and that's the reason why black men ain't got no self control about themselves and they go around beating on women. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to give that to you. Because if you are a black man and your weak punk ass sit up here and let the words of what a woman say put you in a space where you become a woman beater, you a weak punk ass Negro. So the reason why black women struggle a lot with domestic violence is because we're dealing with a bunch of weak punk ass Negroes. And no, I don't agree with women being agitators or anything like that. But at the same time, men, y'all really need to get y'all lives together. You know, there's a lot of black men out here that don't know how to handle rejection and they don't know how to move on themselves. You have black men that will stay in toxic relationships knowing that it's no good for them and no good for the woman, but they stick around anyway because they are pussy over everything, Negro. Some of these men, we sit up here and talk about dick over everything, but how about these pussy over everything Negroes? Y'all sit up here and y'all know the bitch ain't shit. Y'all sit up here and know she ain't wifey material. You know she ain't mother material, but you're nutting all up in her raw anyway. You know she a hood rat. She got 15,000 tattoos. The only thing that she is good at is twerking. Her house is dirty, but you a pussy over everything, Negro. You overlook it all. And then you already seen her violent tendencies. You see that she's a provocateur. You see that she is very, very astute at running her mouth, and she's not very smart. But you pussy over everything Negroes will still sit up here and go in her raw, knowing that there could be a baby coming out of that situation. And then you will turn around and whine and complain about that same woman, that same female that you stuck your little penis in raw and got pregnant. You'll complain about it. And then when she exhibit those violent activities, tendencies that you knew, you already saw she had it. You can't take Boom Quisha nowhere. You already knew this. Everywhere you and Boom Quisha go, Boom Quisha in her loud mouth getting y'all in trouble. You already knew this. You pussy over everything niggas be seeing how these women act, and you still reward them with penis. And then when she turns her ignorant, violent activities onto you, then you want to pound her into the ground. But you already knew she was like that. Then you sit up here wondering why you sitting in jail looking stupid. Now you got a domestic on your record. Because you're a pussy over everything Negro that overlooked all the warning signs. You should have chose better. Al Banks says, Faith, I've always been a stand up guy. I was once married and I got divorced because I will never accept laziness. There's a difference between being tired and being lazy. Exactly. Exactly. And here's the thing, y'all, and y'all know whether or not you got a good woman or you got a lazy woman. Now, if your woman get up every day and you require that she go to work because you don't make enough to take care of both of y'all, and she's tired when she gets home, the same way you tired when you get home, but in her spare time, she is doing everything that she's supposed to be doing, that is a good woman. Just because she doesn't do everything right then and there don't mean that she a lazy woman. That means that you got a working woman. Now, if you're going to sit her down and make it so that she don't have to work and she can focus mainly on the household and her femininity, that's different. But if you see this woman working and in her spare time focusing on her femininity and keeping her surroundings clean and doing everything that a woman's supposed to do, that is a good woman. Now, lazy woman, she ain't gonna do it no way, no how. It don't even matter. As a matter of fact, she ain't even hardly getting up. She's thinking of reasons why to call off work. That's a lazy motherfucker. And then when she call off work, she still ain't doing what the hell she's supposed to do as a woman. But you can't sit up here and be a man talking about you want a woman to be a woman and do a woman's job. But she is also required to help you do your job as a man as far as providing. If she has to also help you provide, then you're going to have to make some exceptions because you 50-50 nigga. You the 50-50 Negro and you're going to get 50-50 females. You're going to get 50-50 of the femininity. You're going to get 50-50 of all the things that a feminine woman would have to offer you. You're going to get 50-50 of that if you're a 50-50 Negro. You're not going to get 100% of her femininity as she is required to help you with your masculinity. So keep that in mind. Gia Girl says, my mom's second husband was an emotional man and acted just like a woman, but I'm not sure why he was so emotional. Because he didn't have consistent work. That's why he was emotional, Gia Girl. He didn't have consistent work. And so therefore he probably felt intimidated or felt belittled in his manhood because he couldn't properly provide or be a man in that household. And even if you as a woman don't tell these men that they slacking, they know they slacking without you even having to say anything. In the same way that we are real sensitive about our imperfections, they are sensitive about their imperfections. And hence is the reason why you'll have a man sitting up here totally how can I say, what's the word I'm looking for? I always forget this daggone word. But they will resent a woman who has had to help him while he's down because they know that they're not fully standing in their masculinity when they have to have a woman helping them. That's the reason why you have a lot of these men resenting the woman later down the road and then leaving her as soon as he gets on his feet because he can't stand the thought of her knowing that she saw him at his worst. You get guys like this, they're real sensitive. They want to fight the woman, argue with the woman all the time because of their inadequacies. Belly Wank said Tyrone's, aka street dudes, abuse women, not the real black men. Exactly. Exactly. Real black men that are standing in their masculinity, they are not falling victim or prey to being in a situation where they're in a domestic violence situation. As a matter of fact, the real black men don't deal with the type of black women that would put them in that mindset or that mind frame. But yeah, you always got Tyrone and all these homosexuals out here that knowing that they're slacking, that they're really lacking in their manhood, and they're walking around with a lot of anger and resentment at themselves. They're not even mad at the woman. more than they are mad at themselves, because they know that they less of a man. And then when they get around real men, you probably have not been around that man all day. But what'll happen is they'll get in the presence of a real man, and then they'll come home mad at you because they saw what they should have been in another man. And then now they're going to sit up and try to start a confrontation with you about it. Like I said, these guys be knowing within themselves that they ain't shit half the time. I'm just reading the comments here. Gia Girl says no one else is going to help them, but they bite the hand that feeds them. Exactly. But here's the thing, Gia Girl. And this is one thing that I do agree with the whole starter chick dogma that's going on around here. We really should not be helping these men become men. When a man comes to you, he's supposed to come to you already knowing that he's a man. He's already supposed to come to you with the knowledge of what he is supposed to be doing for you as a man. Really and truly, if a man is not fully ready for a relationship, for a wife, for children, a wise man would not even put himself in position to have a relationship or children. A wise man would not do that. A wise man would first build and then go forth and pick his wife and start his family. But here in the black community, we do everything backwards. We want everything now, now, now. Our men do not know the concept of planning, but they want us to let them lead. And here's how you know the man is not fit to be a leader. If he has not even planned how to take care of himself, he got to come into your house and he has to utilize things that you have created and built for you to take care of you, but he wants you to lead. He wants you to let him lead. If the man can't even take care of himself, how can he lead you? And there's a responsibility on both parts. A man should not be going to a woman until he is prepared to be a leader. And a woman should not be laying down and having children with a man until he have proven himself that he is ready to become a leader. There's a responsibility on both parts here. But we don't break it down like this to each other, and we don't talk about that responsibility on both sides. We only want to put the responsibility and the onus on the women. And I'm telling you, if you are a black man talking about leadership, leaders don't shirk the responsibility off on the people that they supposed to lead. That's number one. And if you are a woman talking about something, you need a man that is, how can I say, got the leadership qualities, then you're not going to come in leading him and building him up. Leaders don't need to be led and built up. They come in ready for the job of leadership. You ain't going to build a man and make him no leader. You're just going to sit up there and you're going to have a man that resents you because he knows that you know that he has had to have help in that area. And so he's going to go where nobody knows his name. Nobody knows his background. After you have built him up to where he is, he's going to take his talents and skills elsewhere where the woman did not see him at his worst. That's what's going to happen. Bellywink says if a woman submitted to her boss from 9 to 5, it's difficult for her to submit to her husband. A woman can't submit to two masters. That's a good way of looking at it. That's a good way of looking at it. Al Banks says, Bellywink, I was working 2 jobs and going to school part-time, and she gave me no support at all. Well, she wasn't supposed to. Al Banks, that was something that you were doing to better yourself. And especially if she's not your wife, she's not supposed to give you no support at all, because what can happen is if you just a girlfriend supporting a boyfriend, at any time he can take his talents and skills that you helped cultivate somewhere else. Why would you build a man for another woman? Because while he come to you half a man, you done built him up to be a full man with talents and skills that any woman would appreciate, and he will leave your ass and he will go to another woman as a full man ready to step into a leadership role, and she didn't have to put in any work whatsoever. That's why it is so much better for you to let the men work that out on their own. That right there is their indoctrination into manhood, and you are interfering. And men, you should not let women interfere with your indoctrination into manhood. Because if you are a man and you need a woman to help you, she is interfering with your indoctrination into manhood. And you should not want the help of any woman during your indoctrination into manhood. Because during my indoctrination into womanhood, I did not get the help of a man for that. I had to go through my indoctrination into womanhood by myself and with the help of other women. So if you all are not helping women with their indoctrination into womanhood, women should not be helping you with your indoctrination into manhood. And these are the types of perspectives that we need to put these things in. Because that's exactly what you're doing as a woman when you sit up here and you build a man. You're interfering with his indoctrination into manhood. You're interfering. And he's not going to thank you for it. Gia Girl says, being a black woman, we historically submitted to the white man at work. But when we went home, we had to provide for our family and submit to our hubby. But submitting to our black hubby wasn't always easy. Yes, it's hard to submit to a man that's broken. You go to work and you see white men who are not broken, who are strong or and who are in power, and then you go home to your powerless man who is broken. It is very difficult to submit to that. And black men need to be a little bit more sensitive to how that looks to a woman and stop blaming women for that. Women in general, whether it be black, white, Hispanic, Asian, if they see that you are a broken man that has been whipped and conquered by other men, how the hell you expect her to happily submit to that? That's something that black men have to also understand as well. Al Banks says she was my wife and I was married at the time. But it depends on what type of help you were asking her for, Al. But as far as you getting up every day and doing your man thing and putting forth the effort that you as a man is supposed to put forth, she ain't got no business helping you with that. You supposed to have that self motivation on your own, my man, because there are probably a lot of things that she has to deal with as a woman, and you probably not giving her any help with those areas either. So I have very very little sympathy for men complaining about things that they got to do as a man and nobody helping them, especially if they looking at a woman to help them. Deli Wink says a man must have all his ish together if he wants a woman. But Tyrone is jobless, homeless, sleeps on his sister's couches, has multiple baby mamas, and still gets all the beautiful women in our hood. Well, once again, that goes back to what I'm saying with women interfering with a man's indoctrination process. If Tyrone is doing all of this, sleeping on his sister's couches, and the women are still rewarding him for being less than a man, they are interfering with his indoctrination process. And this is the reason why we have a lot of weak ass men running around here. And you sitting up here being jealous of Tyrone weak ass makes you weak. See, this is what I don't understand about the black men that sit up here and complain about weak ass Tyrone living in his grandmama basement, not doing shit and getting all the pussy. If you know that you are better than weak ass Tyrone, and weak ass Tyrone is sleeping with weak ass Keisha, you shouldn't want weak ass Keisha either. Because any woman that will sit up there and interfere with a man's indoctrination process into manhood, you don't want that type of woman either. Why would you sit up here and be jealous of that? Instead, look at the women who are also strong, like you. Because just like there are beta males, there are beta females. And the beta females that will deal with beta ass Tyrone, you don't need them. Why would you want them? See, this is that pussy over everything mentality that I'm talking about. You niggas are so focused on pussy that you're not even looking at what type of pussy Tyrone is getting. Tyrone is getting that weak ass pussy. You go find strong women. If you are an alpha male, you definitely don't want to be dealing with that type of alpha female mentality. Why are you jealous of Tyrone and Keisha? This is where the black people that are about something need to be looking for the other black people that are about something, and not sitting up here whining and crying about the betas and what they're doing. Tyrone getting all the pussy. What kind of pussy is Tyrone getting? Can't be that top shelf stuff. So if it ain't the top shelf stuff, keep it moving. Because me personally, I definitely ain't jealous of any man that Keisha laying up with that she got to take care of. And you got to put it in that perspective. We as black people, if we call ourselves alpha males and alpha females, we got to stop complaining about the betas. Because if you complaining about the beta female and who she laying down with, you must really want that beta female. You're not looking for an alpha female. You know, I look out and I look at my people, and I just see a lot of people wanting to point fingers, but nobody want to turn that mirror on themselves. If you are overly concerning yourself with the Pookies and Ray Rays and the Keishas and Boom Quishas of the world, you're not looking for like-minded black people when you're doing that. When you're too focused on the black people who are not of like minds, you're not looking for other like-minded black people. You're too busy looking back at the so-called undesirables. That is not mature behavior. It's not going to propel you forward. You are stuck. And I'm guilty of it too. I've done it a time or two myself. I've gotten caught up in looking back at the betas. And I had to really, really shake myself from doing that because it was keeping me stuck in one direction. If I keep looking back at the betas, I can't look ahead to see if there are any like-minded black people that I can build with. If you keep looking back at those black people you can't do shit with, you're never gonna move forward. Look at them in your rearview mirror as you move forward. And the rearview mirror, as you're moving forward, they get smaller and smaller until you can't even see them no more. But the front windshield is wide and the opportunities are endless. And that is my outlook on life. When you find that there are people that you just cannot work with, you look at them in your rearview mirror and watch them get smaller and smaller until you just don't see them no more. And then you focus on what's in front of you, what's ahead, move on. Belly Wank is really, really, really attracted to the beta females in his life, that he is going to stay stuck in the cement worrying about Boom Quisha. Belly Wank says, what if you're attracted to her, but she's in love with Tyrone? Belly Wank, you know what? Then you going to be stuck. If you can't move past Boom Quisha, you just going to be stuck. That's what's going to happen. And then you're going to become Pookie and Ray Ray yourself. Because sure as shit stinks, that is the path that you're going to go down dealing with betas. They're going to pull you down to their level. You're going to wake up one day with a domestic on your record. Your life will be in shambles. Them people would have pulled you down to their level because you cannot leave Boom Quisha alone. You're a pussy over everything, Negro. And yeah, that doesn't work for black men either. You know, as Cluster would say, dick over everything don't work for black women, and pussy over everything don't work for black men either. If y'all are so stuck and entangled and entrapped with these Pookies and Ray Rays in your life that you cannot disentangle yourself, as Jada Pickett says, get out of the entanglement with them and move on. Al Banks says, I don't live in the hood and I don't want no woman from the hood. I have too much to lose. I cannot go backwards. Exactly. See, Al Banks got it. That's the mindset that you need to take on. Move forward. If you, even if you're in here, because there are some black people in the hood that you can work with, that they may be in the hood, but they may not have the hood mindset. You have to be, how can I say, have the discernment to know people that do not have the nigga mentality, because you're not going to be able to build with people that have the nigga mentality. You're not. Al Banks says, I definitely look a force growing warmer. I don't have no kids, a penal child support. I know my own company. I'm not to have that BS. Exactly. Almanac says, wow, shaking my head. Faith, tell them. Hey, it's crazy. It's crazy that you do have to say these things out loud to adults. I don't know how old any of you are. I'm probably older than all of you. And I've been through a lot in my own life. But I'm going to tell you one thing that I have experienced. These people, these Tatianas, these Pookies, these homosexuals, these are the people that will hold you back in life if you get entangled, as Jada Pinkett Smith says. If you have entanglements with these people, they will hold you back. You definitely want to have the discernment to know who the black people are that you can build with. And just because you have this knowledge of yourself and what it is that you can deal with and who it is that you can deal with doesn't mean that you walk around angry all day at the people that you can't deal with. I don't even have time to be mad at you. That's how cold my shit is. I ain't even got time to give you my anger. I just won't deal with you. For the love of Vegas says, if you don't say it out loud, we repeat mistakes. Rap music, music videos, media, and letting toxic people shape our neighborhood is what hurt us. That's true. That's true. You're absolutely right. I guess it is, necessary from time to time to have to say these things out loud. You're right. Because we do have people in the younger generation coming up that haven't heard it. And like I said, I don't know the ages of everyone. And then sometimes you got some old fools that need to hear it. So you're absolutely right. I just was listening to O'Shea the other day, and he was saying a lot of good stuff about black people working together. And I happen to agree with him on a lot of his points, except for the point where he was talking about, don't leave the hood, don't run away from the hood, and all that type of stuff. Um, I live in Chicago, okay? I live in Inglewood. I think I told you guys this on several occasions. My brother died in Inglewood due to violence. Okay, he was shot in the back. Okay, the reason why people leave the hood is because black people, we tend to love to hunt down and kill each other. Now, the Arabs, the Asians, the Hispanics, They can come into our communities and we don't lay a hand on them. They can put businesses in our community and they can go on about their happy, merry, jolly lives. We'll do business with them, we'll give them our money, and we will let their children play in our hoods peacefully. We won't bother them. But each other, we make life hell for each other. So that's the reason why you got a lot of black people, the progressive black people, that move away from the unprogressive black people because they do hold you down like crabs in a barrel. And I do understand that there's money to be made in the hood. Yes, there is. O'Shea's right about that. But I'm not going to risk my life to get it. Like I said, I grew up in a war zone. I know exactly what that looks like. We are afraid to jump bad with other races of people, but we always terrorizing each other. We got no qualms about terrorizing each other. And that's what make it hard for black people to be with other black people. That's why other progressive black people are afraid of their own people. It's not for nothing. And I hate, that we always have to be silent on that particular issue of why progressive black people are afraid of the non-progressive black people. It is because the non-progressive black people are quick to hold you back and they will snuff you out faster than they will a white supremacist. Your own people will do that. I have seen it. So the only thing that we have left to do is to work with the black people that we can work with and leave Pookie and Ray Ray and Boomquisha and them where they at. I don't care how good Boomquisha pussy is and how much you love her. I don't care how good Pookie dick is and how much you love him. If you can't build shit with them, leave them where they at. Let me see here. For the love of Vegas says there are too many people who are passive and do not refute dysfunction, especially on YouTube. We could all work together, but we focus on race and gender and not self-interest. Agree. Gia Girl says, I think many of black people, especially older black people, repeat things, somehow hoping the outcome will be different next time. And that's called insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. And these are certainly the older black people that you should not be listening to. Exactly, Almanize. That's called insanity. Read my mind. For the love of Vegas says we have to leave the hood. If not, we end up like Destiny Harrison, Salou, a 15-year-old getting stumped out in Crown Heights by 20 black men. Wow. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. And that's the very thing that we are afraid of. So when I hear O'Shea go on his platform, and he's not wrong in saying that we need to help each other and work together, but I do not agree with him when he says we shouldn't flee away from the hood. The hood is not safe. Now if he's talking about, we stay in the hood and we somehow get together and do something about the people that are terrorizing the hood so that we can stay in the hood. If you're not talking about securing the hood and making it safer, then don't tell people to stay there when it's not safe. If you're not talking about securing it. Because if all you're talking about is making money in the hood, but you're not talking about securing the hood, then that's insanity.
Gia Girl says it is insane, and perhaps in our community there is much undiagnosed mental health illness. Oh, that goes without saying, Gia Girl. There's a lot of mental illness running rampant in the black community, and yes, it is undiagnosed. And not because we won't go to psychiatrists. A lot of times we don't have the resources and we don't know where to go. A lot of us don't have the insurance. There's a lot of reasons why. People like to always say that black people don't think that they need to go to the psychiatrist. A lot of times it's not even that. It's just that we don't have the money or the resources. For the Love of Vegas says we can help each other, but those who have been vetted. I saw the StreamYard link in the chat. This is an open panel. Yes, it's an open panel. If you want to grab the link and come up, if you have something that you want to add to the conversation, you can most definitely grab the link. Matter of fact, I will put the link back in again. I did it earlier before I started driving for a reason. Because on the mobile version of StreamYard, they make it hard for you to navigate the comments or put your own comments in. Alrighty. Who am I speaking to?
Hey, what's going on? This is For the Love of Vegas. The name is Business First on StreamYard. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you, brother? You said that you wanted to add something to the conversation. What's on your mind?
Just kind of piggybacking off what you've been saying. You've been saying a lot of great points. I've been listening to you for a while. And I think what it is we have to just do vetting and understand that there's a culture that we all pretty much experience and grow up in, and it's unfortunately counterproductive to society. In my opinion, there's like a black man culture and a black woman culture, and we have to focus on establishing our own culture and being positive. So the black male culture would be like gangs, selling drugs, wanting to be a rapper, focusing on being a ball player, which that stuff, being a ball player, nothing wrong with that, but it's not too many of us that really are into, as far as men, into like science, math, technology, and all that. And then it's for black women. I mean, I've never been a black woman before. I do have a sister and a mother. And I'll say that from my perspective, it seems like the culture for black women is more focused on, I guess, just being, trying to get attention from being online. But going back to the past, when I was growing up, it just seemed like women were more concerned with looking good and spending a lot of money on things that were cosmetic, as opposed to focusing on health, focusing on being independent of a man. It seemed like women were more focused on, I got to get married, I got to get married, I got to get married, or I'm with a guy, I really like him, I'm going to do whatever he wants. And then people get pregnant, people put off opportunity, like employment, put off finishing college, and it just creates a lot of negativity down the road. Now there are, I know that doesn't apply to all, but it seems like that applies to enough people to where we become 40 and 50 years old and we look back and we start saying shoulda, woulda, coulda. And it turns out that a lot of decisions that we may have made were influenced by the culture, the black man, the black woman culture, as opposed to having good decisions that could be made, as opposed to making good decisions.
Absolutely. And how old are you, by the way?
I'm 37. I just turned 37 like February.
Okay, all right. February. That's what's up. So you're an Aquarius.
It depends on. I'm not really into that astronomy thing, but it depends on what you're looking at. Because I was an Aquarius all my life, and then I dated somebody, and she pointed out that I'm a Pisces. And then she broke out a whole bunch of evidence that I'm really a Pisces based off my birth date. And I'm like, you know what? Forget that stuff because I really want to be an Aquarius, but she presented an overwhelming amount of information that I'm a Pisces. I said it's like a cusp or something, the cusp as far as
Oh yeah, you
actual day.
if you're born on the cusp, and you can be either or.
Yeah, so I could be either or. I was wanting to be Aquarius when she pointed out that evidence. I'm not into astronomy anymore.
So she killed it for you, huh?
She killed it for me. Yeah, I was a lifelong Aquarius, and then she killed it for me. And it's not really what I want. It's what's in the books and stuff. And I guess all the stuff I've been looking at's been outdated because I'm whatever, whatever. I'm definitely on the cusp, and everything I've been looking at so far, I've been a Pisces. So it is what it is. But yeah, I'm 37, and I've enjoyed your content. I find it kind of fascinating, interesting that you drive trucks. I drove trucks when I was in the Army, and there were a lot of like women truck drivers. I don't know if they are driving trucks while out of the Army, but I just thought that was really interesting because you're the first person I've ever just really seen who drove trucks outside of like military service. So that's pretty cool.
Oh wow, well thank you. But there are plenty of black women truck drivers with channels actually on YouTube.
Oh,
There
really?
was this.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, there's a young lady. I think I'm subscribed to her channel, but she drives the trucks, and she does it more interesting because she has like the little Barbie thing going on where she has like the cute little outfits, and she's a really built up young girl, like she's in her 20s or whatever, and she be really breaking it down too in the trucking industry. So it's a lot of black women out here, handling these big rigs. But I've been in the business now for about 15 years. And when I first started out, there wasn't very many women at all.
I think it's great because it's just it's about empowerment. I don't know if you still enjoy it. When I see you driving the truck, I don't really see you just saying anything negative about it. But I think it's good to that there's a lot of opportunity for everybody, and the more opportunity that people have, the more they have freedom. There's a lot of people on YouTube that are all about they talk about submission and all that, and really when they're talking about submission, they really want to take away people's rights and opportunities, and I think it's great that something that's like a male dominated profession, that you're able to get in it, be successful at it, and kind of show other people an example. I know you said there's other people that drive trucks that you know of, but just being able to show people an example of what's possible, so they're not like confined with thinking they don't have options that are available to them.
Absolutely. And that's one thing that's really important, especially for black people, because we don't have a lot of opportunities. So whenever there is somebody out there, like you said, that they can show you something different, give you an opening of where you can make some money, it is really important that we do these things for each other. And you're right also about the education portion of it, because now I've noticed that we have a lot of black women that are educated, but I don't think that black women are getting educated in the fields that would afford us to make more money. That's the reason why I suspect that we are the most educated yet underpaid, because of what we go to school for. We don't have enough black people going to school to become doctors, lawyers, scientists, engineers. These are the things that we need in our communities.
I got to give you push.
So,
Go
hmm
ahead. I'm sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
no, go ahead. What were you going to
Well,
say?
I got to give you pushback on that. I think it's not that women or black women are getting degrees in fields that don't pay a lot. I think it's that those of us who get rich and wealthy don't create industries for us to go into. And because we don't have industries, and because we don't have black owned fortune companies, a lot of like black people are getting these degrees, and the degrees are great because it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. But it's just that we really don't have many places that we can really go to pay us.
That's true.
Because like, for example, I'm not trying to, derail the panel or anything, but like with Nick Cannon. So Nick Cannon, he was all rah, rah, rah. And then less than 24 hours, he folded because all the people that pay him decided to take away his money. And he was just like, you know what? He apologized. Now, we all know that whether he believed what he said initially about, certain community, or whether he changed his mind, doesn't really matter. But the man really had nowhere to go, because we don't really, I mean, you do have, like, Puff Daddy, but Puff Daddy's not going to pay him what he was worth. So Nick Cannon really had nowhere to land with his views. And that's what a lot of us run into, is there's not many industries that we pretty much have control over to employ people who have all these degrees and give us a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, because in Nick Cannon's situation, and that's the question that, we have to start asking ourselves as Black people. Because as much as we want to have pride, and as much as we want to educate each other as to what's going on, when Black people do, end up in these positions where they have a little bit of money, they're doing their thing. Is it wise for us to be rah 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 and stick our necks out like that? Because you had a situation that happened with Colin Kaepernick. Quite a few Black people, that ended up sticking their neck out. And like you said, we don't have any power. We're getting our bread and butter from the very people that we're, criticizing openly like this.
I mean, I
So
think
it doesn't seem like it's to our benefit to say anything.
in my opinion, I think people should speak out, but kind of going full circle back to what you were talking about with the hood. We need, and I'm also talking about myself included, we need to speak out against where we currently are, not where we want to be. So, like most Black communities in real life, they're the hood, the ghetto, the projects. There's not many Black. I mean, there are Black neighborhoods, Black communities that are doing okay or doing well, but majority of minorities live in either working class or lower. And like you said, you're from Chicago. You know how Chicago is. You know how East St.
Yes.
Louis is. If we spoke out more of fixing those of our actual communities where we live, denouncing snitches get stitches, denouncing rap music, denouncing the music videos, denouncing prostitution, selling drugs. If we were to protest and speak out against that stuff, then that will separate the good people from the bad people to know who we want to really deal with. Because we have the talent, we have the people. It's just that we have a culture that is counterproductive, especially in schools. There's actual Black schools, nothing but majority Black kids, nothing but Black kids. And you got teachers who, some are Black, some are other, and you got men and women who are teaching. But I went to a Black school, so I can kind of speak from it firsthand. It's a culture of not wanting to do well in school, but to get it from the mud, so to speak, and to hustle and make the fast money as opposed to delayed gratification.
Yes.
And that's
You hit the nail. You hit the nail right on the head with that delayed gratification. And I've seen that a lot in Chicago. A lot.
And that's just it. Like it's just we people who are pro-Black. I consider myself to be pro-Black, and I speak out against dysfunction and different things, and I get dragged. And that's just it. Like, we just, instead of trying to point the finger at another demographic for not giving enough opportunity or trying to give up power, we already have the money. There's people lined up around the block to buy $300 or $400 Jordans. So we have the money, and even people buying $2,000 purses and $4,000 red bottom shoes. I mean, and getting a Mercedes Benz. Matter of fact, I grew up poor, and in my poor neighborhood in Arkansas, everybody had a Mercedes Benz, a Lexus, a Cadillac. Everyone had the vehicles, raggedy houses, brand new Jordans, jewelry. I mean, people don't wear jewelry anymore, but people used to have $200 herringbones around their neck. So we have the money, we have the talent. It's just our culture of just wanting to promote and pedestalize dysfunction, and You know,
Idolatry.
yeah, right. And then unfortunately with men, I got to pick on the men. I always pick on the men, but we kind of don't have control over our sexual desire, and we end up doing negative things to the opposite gender because of that. But there's a lot of things that we do because of culture when we're younger. And then when we become 40, 50 years old, now we're ready to start a business. Now we're ready to get on track. But what's ended up happening is people who had people like, families who were together passing down knowledge and information, they had their kids on the track by age, let's say 12. So at age 12, they're at the level that most of us are at age 30 or 40, 50, really 40 or 50. So that means right now there are 20-year-olds who, let's say, are black, they're behind, but 20-year-olds who are, let's say, Caucasian, they're ahead. And that's what's killing us is that fatherless homes, like Thomas Sotomayor says, and then we focus too much on religion and building up the churches, and then we celebrate wanting to go get an entry level job as opposed to celebrating when someone starts a business. We celebrate when someone comes home from prison or jail, but we don't celebrate when people get a degree or start to sell things online or what have you. We're it's almost like we're parading loss, and we're dancing to our destruction because it's the culture that's really the problem. And I think it started, I mean, in my opinion, I think it started like in the 90s because you had well, really it started in the 80s. Nah, you know what, I'm gonna say it started in like the 50s. From what I've read, because every
Yeah,
time.
I was just gonna say it really started in the 50s, and exactly what you're saying. The culture is what's really killing us, and I think that that's something that we need to take hold of and kind of spin it back. Because if you have a whole culture of people and this is what we idolize, like everybody else, they idolize something totally different outside of what labels, clothing, things. Other cultures, they don't put a lot of stock in things. They put a
Mhm.
lot of stock in power. We put we have a thing where a Michael Kors purse is a status symbol. These things are status symbols of power for us. Whereas with other cultures, power is actually owning something, ownership, real ownership.
Mhm.
So you're right. We do have to do something with
Exactly.
the mindset of our culture. But no, go
And I
ahead,
like how you
continue.
kind of, oh, I like how you talk about, women empowerment. I mean, on my channel, I talk about women empowerment as well, but I'm more about individualism as opposed to doing things because of race and culture. So we kind of mirror as far as talking points, but that's pretty much, I think that's what the future is focusing on. People got to take care of their kids and significant other and stop worrying about people they don't even know. I'll hear these conversations and people will talk about trying to, I guess, put a cape on and save all black people around the world. And most of these conversations are like defeatist in nature because they're people are trying to basically focus on saving people who don't want to be saved. And we got to pretty much save ourselves and start with the individual and start like backwards planning. And again, what hurts us, because my son, he's 12, he's gonna grow up in a different world than when I grew up in, simply because he's growing up in a whole nother culture, and he has technology and he has access to things that uh, I didn't have access to, which I think is great. However, the culture I grew up in is there, and he could fall into that pit, but until the culture changes, just like what you say, we have to kind of distance ourselves from those people who are dysfunction, and sometimes even throw people away. And a lot of people have a hard time with that, understanding that mama and daddy, brother and sister, homegirls, they're cool and stuff to drink with, but they're not cool to support, let's say, like your business that you're trying to start, or let's say if you're trying to lose weight, if they're not trying to lose weight, now they're kind of counterproductive to your goal reaching and counterproductive to what you want to do. So I like how you were saying about distancing people. I know O'Shea, I was talking about all of us come together, which I think is a really good dream. It's a really good ideal way of thinking, but there's so many people who just because they look like you, they're not friends with you. They're not friends like you. Not, like they can't be your friend. I've heard people on YouTube talk about, genocide of people and this and that, and it's just, not all skin folk are kinfolk. And I like how you're talking about individual empowerment as opposed to seeking validation from someone outside of oneself.
Right, because the only person that you can control at the end of the day is you. And this is something that I've told my own children. I have 4 children that I've raised. And anything that they do it as individuals. And to be honest with you, we as Black people, we never have the backing of our own people. Even some of our own people will stab us in the back. So everywhere we look at every turn, we're always looking at somebody's going to stab us in the back. So you have to always look at yourself, and your only person that you're going to be able to control and have any type of say over is you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But
because
I do believe that there needs to be a code of conduct, though. Even though I'm more individualistic in my thought process, I do understand that there needs to be a code. Black people don't have a code. Everybody else has a code, but we don't. We have to kind of find a way to try to get that type of messaging out there. Like you said, take back over the music, take back over the media, because the programming is in the media. Like with the Black programming, somebody was saying that if you don't say these things out loud, if there's not enough pushback, then this is what is driving the culture, because you got the loudest and the dumbest people with the megaphones, and they're the ones that got everybody's attention. So you need as many people as you possibly can to push back on the nonsense that's out there, because we do need to drive the culture. We do need to put a code of conduct out there, because at the same time, even though we operate on an individual level, there's that group level that kind of represents us to the rest of the world, if that makes any sense. To the rest of the
it
world, there
does,
is a group level.
it does make sense. And I think on top of that, just including in that message that we are doing all of the entry level work so we can have our own businesses like Black Wall Street used to have. So for example, let's say you go into a McDonald's, let's say it's a hood McDonald's, everybody who there in the kitchen part of McDonald's is Black. All of them or any one of them can start their own McDonald's because they already know how McDonald's works. Or using another example, like in the NBA, like 90% of the people who are playing are Black. They could start their own NBA. It should be, it should be, there's a whole bunch of businesses and industries that we're entry level in, and we are upset about being owners and not running it, but we're doing all the work. So I think on top of the message you're talking about, which I think is great, just letting people know or wake them up to the fact that you can have the same thing that you're wanting because you're already doing the work. You're already the secretary at the business, or you're already working the fries, working the cash register. You're already washing cars. The same thing that you're doing, you could do for yourself and start from the ground up. And then whoever wants to join you on your quest can either work with you or work for you after you vet them. And that's the one thing that I had to wake up to that fact as well, that we are already in key positions all throughout every industry. It's just understanding that you have to be open-minded and be open to doing business internationally, even outside of the race, because people aren't going to support, like you were just saying, and I agree with that. But people need to understand that if you're already doing the work for someone else, you could do that same type of employment for yourself in your own company. It just takes being able to put your mind to it and figure it out. And you got YouTube, you got Google, Facebook groups. There's a whole bunch of tools for the toolbox that we can use to make that happen. Like, for not to talk your ear off, but like for myself, I have an investment a holding company. And it took me a while to understand that the same thing I was doing for someone else, I could do for myself. And that was like the biggest jump. That was the biggest aha moment because I was so focused on, well, I don't have any money, I don't have this, I don't have that. And I had to realize that it's not what you don't have, because you can always get what you don't have, but it's stepping out and putting faith in yourself.
Right. Absolutely. And you've got all the tools. Everything that you're saying is absolutely correct. But here's the thing that I think holds a lot of us back. Those of us that are in these good positions, that get into these industries, and we know the industry in and out like the back of our hands. Sometimes the biggest flaw that I see with Black people is that we become comfortable. I see it all the
Yeah,
time.
you're right about that. It takes being uncomfortable to actually move and shift. So you're right about that. It does take someone being uncomfortable.
So, that's why it's really important, like what happened with Nick Cannon and him getting fired from Viacom. Nick Cannon, his ego was getting in his way, and he was becoming comfortable. So now, seeing how he gets fired and seeing how quick they can take that comfortability away from us, it's important for us to talk about things like Nick Cannon and what happened with him, because I don't think that we should allow our Black celebrities or our Black people that are in those comfortable positions to stay comfortable. Like
especially
Michael Jordan, he's another one.
especially since I don't know how everybody feels about Nick Cannon, but Nick Cannon was being fake and he deserved to be fired. A year ago, he pedestalized white women over Black women. And I'm not saying this because, you're Black. I'm not pandering to you or anything, but Nick Cannon said that a year ago. And then now all of a sudden, because he has a podcast and he wants to increase his audience base, now he wants to talk blickety black. So we got to watch out for that too, because people will get online and they'll be like, oh yeah, the white woman is this and that. And then now when they want to attract attention to Black people, now all of a sudden they're pro-Black, they're blickety black, they're talking all this and that, and it's just like they're really just being fake. So I think you're right. Let them be, let them fall. They shouldn't be comfortable, and they need to understand that you can't serve two masters. Because I think Cynthia G was saying that you can't serve two masters, and if they do want to serve two masters, then they'll just fall. But
Exactly.
it's just going to take. Unfortunately, in my opinion, I am kind of cynical and have lost faith in a lot of people. I think it's the younger generation that has a better chance to putting a lot of this in together, because a lot of people are toxic and dysfunctional, and they don't want to get mental health, like you were saying. They don't really want to get that mental health, and it kind of goes to our culture as well. Because when I was growing up, people would always tell me or tell myself and others, what goes on in the house stays in the house. So you couldn't call the police, you couldn't get help if somebody was touching you. You had to basically just deal with it, and it's festered in a lot of people to where it's molded and shaped a lot of our thinking. And now we're kind of like, we're damaged goods, but we're also working on it. I think it's good to have these conversations and hope that someone who's younger, who hasn't been completely tainted, has an opportunity to help out themselves and their generation and kind of carry the baton. Because I'm telling you, you literally can be talking to somebody and it'll be all good, and then they turn into RBR. I'm just saying, like, they're sounding good, myself included. They're sounding good, and then all of a sudden, they're RBR.
RBR is a work, I'm telling you. And he still emails me. I put RBR's emails on silent, and he still finds a way to email. I'm like, what the hell, RBR? But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
But if you notice, like if you listen to him long enough, because he emails me too. If you listen to him long enough, he does talk about him being in the Hollywood and the movie industry, and it may be a lie, it may be his fantasy, but it really sounds legit. However, something happened to him between him being in Hollywood, because I've seen him on BET and stuff. Something happened between him being in Hollywood and having a real radio program to what we have now. And is more than likely is unresolved issues, maybe from childhood, maybe from adulthood, you don't know. So unfortunately, I'm not trying to talk about him because he's not here. I don't want to talk about him and he pops up out of nowhere because he will do that. But people like that who don't want to really save themselves and they're kind of stuck in their ways, they have to be left alone. And if they're worse than that, they may have to die off. But the younger generation, they still have a chance. They have access to a lot of stuff. They don't have to deal with redlining, reverse redlining. They don't have to deal with not having access to be able to talk to each other. They have the internet. They also have different groups they can be in. They have access to credit, so they can buy technology to help them with their schoolwork and help them have a business. There's even young people who are young teenagers and they're like gaming and getting paid from it. And it's just a different world than when we grew up, when RBR grew up, and it's it's a lot of opportunity and possibilities, especially since there's more access to being able to travel internationally, do business internationally, and a simple Google search or a simple Facebook search can let you know if you're dealing with somebody from East St. Louis who they're not somebody you want to bring in your house because they'll come back over when you're not there and take your TV. And it is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. But now here's the thing also, because I want to go back to something that you said about Nick Cannon. But
Mm-hmm.
Nick Cannon, they call it a few years back. They used to call it getting your nigga wake up call,
Mm-hmm.
and that's exactly what happened to Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon got his nigga wake up call. He's got what you call karma, because Nick Cannon, like I said, not only was it ego that kind of knocked him off of his shelf, but Nick Cannon also, was going around here shitting a lot on black people. And it wasn't just black women, but he was also shitting on the black male image a while back too. So, that nigga wake up call was getting ready to come, sooner than later. Because he had completely forgotten. Like you said, he comes back into the black community because now, with this Rona and everything, his businesses are not taking off like they should. Now he's doing his little podcast because that's what's popping now. And now, like you said, he's pandering. He's pandering back to the black community again. And see that back and forth that Nick Cannon tended to do, that's something that I see a lot of these tap dancing Negroes doing. you know?
No, you're right. You exactly, because he should have been canceled a year plus ago when he was talking that yin yang, trying to throw people under the bus and saying this and that. Pedestal talking about white women are what? But I forgot exactly what he was saying. But basically, he was talking about they're like a measure of success. So not himself or what he's done, but a white woman or whatever. So he should have been canceled and thrown away. And that's why I was saying a couple, I guess, minutes ago about throwing people away. Like people just got to be thrown away, canceled, because they're basically like a cancer. So Nick Cannon a year ago was a cancer, and that cancer went untreated and it started to spread because even though he's saying it and nobody can touch him, the people who he's listening to, I mean, the people who are listening to him and they're nodding their head up and down in agreement, those are the people who he affected. So people got to be thrown away and that cancer has to be eradicated, because if not, it will spread and sooner or later you losing a whole limb.
Absolutely. Now, I also want to welcome Sheila E. This is the hardest working. She works hard on and off YouTube to the panel. And this is a sister that has a lot of knowledge as far as on the ground grassroots work. Welcome, Sheila.
Good morning, and I just want to say good morning to the gentleman talking. My voice is kind of harsh because I've been in meetings all week, and I just want to say I just love your ideas, and I wish you was on our team. I just have to say, Faith, this is the time, whatever we need in our community, the inner cities, why Black Lives Matter make all that noise. This the time I took the opportunity to contact my senator and my Congress. I had 2 meetings this week concerning about Black people, only Black people, not minorities. One thing about us Black people, we do not have generation wealth. And it go back when we was here in slavery days and we never got 40 acres and mules. So if anybody ever look in your state about the HR 40 bill, they're studying it, but they never really present it. So what I did was I took an opportunity while Black Lives making all that noise and being this election time, I brought a proposal up to my Congress concerning restoration for only Black people, economic, education, any contracts they have, um, on like in the local level, 20% had to be Black owned, and that's what we doing. Is I got a lawyer on our team, I got a pastor, and this our third meeting, and let me tell you, I got some pushback from him. I don't mean to take over your pen. I got some pushback. He was saying, Sheila, I got a good reputation. Now, if I bring this bill up, like it's not likable because it's not minority. It's about Blacks only. And I told
And
him just like this, I
I
don't
can
care
believe
about
it,
your
Sheila.
pushback.
I can
Yeah,
believe it
he's
because anytime we bring bills up to Congress, or we introduce something that's only for Black people, that's where we get the most pushback. And to be honest with you, you're gonna get the most pushback from your own Black people.
I had. Let me tell you something. When I ran, I had. So I told him just like this. He trained me. I was on the Democrat committee for 9 years, and I left the party 2 years ago. I was independent because this just my opinion. I feel that the Democrats ain't doing nothing in inner cities. Our inner cities is dirty, nasty. We got a lot of condemned buildings, a lot of liquor stores. The roads and sidewalks is horrible. So that's what I'm doing. I'm taking the opportunity. I like everybody make noise. So I'm going there. I'm going to get some money for our people. I said, because our ancestors died and didn't get nothing. We the only race be disrespectful. The Latinos come here, get things. The Mexicans come here, they could sanctuary cities in Detroit, California, New York. The police can't even touch a nigga drive without a license and everything. So all those issues, I hit all that on my proposal. So now we got a meeting with him on the 30th. Would you bring a bill up to Congress? And what they do, they get a committee. So that committee do all the financing, everything, how it's going to operate. So he asked me, so who going to get the restoration? Who we know, who Black, who not? I said, okay, we're going to start local level. Let's go back to 1960 when urban renewal was in the Black community. And we know if you look back through your studies, Detroit, Chicago, and New York, back in the 60s, this started urban renewal. I said, so let's go back to that. So that's what I just had to say. I'm trying to get us some money, Black people. And I'm not talking about Jamaicans, Dominicans, African, straight up American Black people.
And
Now,
see,
That's
when he
what
what
gives
I'm
you,
can
doing.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
oh, when they give you pushback about how do you know who's Black and who's not, your response could be, well, how do you know who's LGBTQ or not? They
Oh,
just
we did
say
all
it.
that. They did all that, brother. Yeah, they killed them on that. My uncle and the lawyer killed them on that too.
Yeah, so when
Hmm.
people get pushback, it's just if they give too much pushback as far as politicians, it's time to help someone else get in office and campaign against them. Because if they're not for the way, then they're in the way. That's just it's just point blank period. And it's just too much. I'm against the rioting and looting, but it's a positive in a way because it's opening up a lot of doors and opening up a lot of ears. That's why this if we don't do it now, it's not going to happen. And reparations is a state issue and
Yes.
federal issue. And like you were saying, education, money, land, really opportunity and access to grants
Yes.
to start businesses and grants, because they already have grants specifically for African Americans. So it'd really be more grant money allocated at the federal and state level to go to school, to pick up a trade. It needs to be for African American only, and then take a step further than that. Kind of allocating money for African American men, African American women. That way, it's not like we're not competing with each other for the same money, for the same pot.
And you know what? They just passed a local in Nassau, North Carolina. And he was telling me, Sheila, I don't think we could pass a state, probably federal. Okay, I said, right. I have all the numbers on the phone. I called my mayor. I said, I give him a little week because his father passed away. I said, I called my city council. I call her. We're going to talk tomorrow at her house or whatever because I'm friends with her like that. I called my county. He said he's going to join our meeting with us. And Governor Cuomo, I have a good relationship with him. So everything I said we're doing, Sean Maloney is up there with Trump. Jonathan, when I'm talking to, he up there with Governor Cuomo. So I'm a fast Governor Cuomo, everything. Cause remember, he running for president next. So I got everything in plan. And they already know. I'm like this, like I told him. You taught me everything. He an ex-judge and he a lawyer. And we put him in that seat. So I told him, don't do the blacks. And this is what I do. I'm gonna do a press release right in front of your office. I said, I'm gonna shut this whole city down. I said, you think Black Lives Matter have a movement? I said, you ain't seen nothing when it comes to black people messing with their money. That's what I
Yep.
told him. Yeah, and it's not a handout, and I'm tired of people saying it's handout because when they get those nonprofit organizations, let me tell you something. They give it to the Latinos and those Mexicans and stuff because they go slipping with that minority
Oh,
stuff.
but it's not
And
a handout when it comes to them, though.
no, it's not. It's not. And we some of the most hardest working people. We are. And yeah, we do have some people messed up on drugs and stuff, but I think majority of it was designed by the government because they had a plan that to destroy us. They never liked us, and that's when we had to
Yeah.
get out here. I don't care how much money you got, what position you in, and I always said it as a case manager because my job paid for my school and everything. I done died, brain dead, came back to life, and still had my state job. So we can work together, and I know sometimes we fuss with one another, whatever, but we have to stop that. What we don't dislike together, we could agree to disagree because the end of the day is we are the most hated race on earth. They hung us. While they hung us, they had their family, even their babies and their wives there. See, I mean, pictures. I mean, come on. And they still mock us today. And we want to say, oh, since we got money, since I got this house, since I got this car, that I'm up there with them. I never thought I was better than nobody. I came from the projects, but I always go back and fight for my community because I know the ones who don't want to leave the inner city and have those moms and pop business and stuff like that and try their best to buy property, and the city went against them. So you know why I said before I close my eyes, I said, I'm going to help my people. Yes, I get mad at them. But I mean, while our black men's going to prisons, graveyards, they're starting CEOs, business, senators, and all that stuff. I could at least do this to my people. And that's
And
the only
see,
thing I
Sheila,
say.
you actually left out of the hood and went to a better, safer area, but you still reach back and you
Always,
manage to help.
always,
And see, that's what
always.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Because people always sit up here and say, "Oh, no, black people shouldn't leave the neighborhood. Black people shouldn't flight away." But sometimes it's safer to kind of help from a distance, love from a distance.
It's hard to
Right.
touch you if you move away. If you go back and help, because I go back and I tutor and mentor and give people money. to donate to local charities. But because I live in a whole other state and a whole other area, it's hard for them to, because I mean, there's a lot of haters. And just like what Sheila was saying, there are some people who are naysayers and they're going to talk against, we don't need no reparations. I don't want a handout. Those people got to be thrown away. There's no point in arguing and debating with them and getting them to change their mind, because they benefit from the current systemic racism and they want to keep things the way they are. That's the reason why people will say white lives matter, blue lives matter, all lives matter, because they benefit from the system being unequal and unfair. And when I say system, really society. The people who benefit from that, who look like us, they're always going to be the ones trying to get pushback, asking questions like, well, what are you going to do with the money when you get it? And those people just got to be thrown away. There's no point in arguing and debating and trying to educate, because we got Google and we have YouTube. There's lots of videos that break it down. And there's people who are white who are talking about, who are doing a lot of videos breaking it down about how things were with the crack era, and just the minimum and maximum for locking people up. I mean, the information's out there, and it's just it's a really easy search away. But the problem is that people don't want to go find that information, and they want to publicly spew out their poison to try to affect other people. Those people they just got to be thrown away. It's just point blank, period. And Sheila, I think it's really good what you're doing, and anybody who's like, talking negative on the effort that you're doing, they just got to be canceled or thrown away. That's it. We got to stop entertaining people who are trying to be an anchor to the ship. I mean, why? Why go back and forth with somebody who's trying to stop progress towards getting reparations or equality for Black people, and they're Black too?
And I saw something very interesting in the news. I think this was like the other day, but is Kanye West actually going to run for president?
No,
he is. He's filed paperwork. He filed paperwork in Oklahoma to be in the presidential ticket. I mean, he's not going to make, all he's going to do is take votes away from somebody. But his campaign, according to TMZ, he's filed paperwork in Oklahoma, and he's going to be on the ballot.
Oh, okay. So if he's on the ballot, he is running.
Wow.
Yeah, he'll probably get like 1% of the vote. But I think what it is, I mean, in my opinion, I think what he's doing is he's trying to take votes away from what's his face, Joe Biden, to have more votes for Trump. But I mean, really, it's not going to make a difference. I mean, just the idea of the birthday party every time they do something at somebody's birthday. I mean, it's not really a serious thing. I think he's just trying to promote an album or promote shoes or something. Because, when people who are celebrities, they'll do little stunts and stuff like that to promote their stuff. I ain't mad at them, but I don't think anybody should really take him seriously, because his views, his ideas, one minute he'll be rah, rah, rah. And then the Kardashians, who is like his family, they'll publicly say he didn't take his meds. Don't worry about him. So anytime somebody does something and their own people is like patting them on the head and saying, don't be worried about what they're saying, they're meant to be a distraction. Basically a distraction from, like Sheila was saying, about pushing toward reparation, drafting up bills, going to Congress people. That should be the main focus. All this other stuff is a distraction. It's designed to get you off your square.
Exactly. The whole 50 Cent, Jada Pinkett, and Will, and all of this other stuff. I mean, back to back. Have you guys noticed that this stuff has been coming back to back?
I noticed, and on election time, they keep us unfocused. We get so caught up in social media stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, wow, this is a good opportunity. I said, you know what? I said, I done marched out. I done protest out, been there, done that. I said, let me bring this up to the table. I said, Sheila, what can you do in this opportunity? So one of my friends, we had put him in the city council seat, because we was like this. People we put in those seats, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. I ran for city council. I ran for education. My number is real good. real good. They wanted me to run again, and I said, no, I'm not gonna run again. What I do is teach our community. We need our own party. See, in New York, once you get 50,000 people, you can start your own party. We need an all black party for our people, our situation in our cities, in our counties, in our states is going to do black people in our education. Because our education department in New
Well,
York
I
and
don't
Chicago.
know
Go
about
ahead.
that, Sheila, because I just think that black people, we just need to be independent. We need to vote for whoever's going to work in our best interest, point blank, period. Because this here party thing, because I mean, I'm for right now, even some of our own people, I have to look at them with the side eye. After Obama, he kind of messed me up now for black politicians forever. Now I'm looking at everybody. I'm right now. I don't care what color the person is, as long as they got my best interest at heart. That's who I'm voting for.
And it's
You
And
so
I
know,
funny
think
you
that's
said that, Faith, because I said the same thing. I really did. I put all we had all black. We had put the first black mayor we got in our city history. And I told him, you're gonna be the first black mayor. He said, Shirley, you think so? I said, watch. When I said we got together and made sure he got in, he got that seat. And what I said at the end of the day is, Faith, and I'm not new to this, I'm true to this. I seen whites who said they really love us and do us, and some really do. At the end of the day is they're with their people. They could say, oh, I'm white on the outside, black on the inside. End of the day is those policies, they rolling with their people. And I sat at the table with the big dog. I'm
But
telling
yeah,
you.
but then we got some black people that jump on the bandwagon and vote with them too, like they the KKK. Like, I
And we
mean, who
hold them
can we really
accountable.
trust?
Whoever you put in that seat, you hold them accountable. And that's what
Well,
I'm
well,
doing to
well,
Jonathan.
we need to get rid of the whole black congressional caucus.
Do that and have people see the history. What you say your platform was, what you vote for, what bill, and what you vote against. That's how we have to start learning your politics, learning the agenda, learning what. Okay, he been in the seat for 20 years. Okay, what did present? What bill he went for our people? What bill he went against our people? That's learning your politics. Politics is nothing but learning your surrounding, learning your government policies, the money, planning development. Get plenty of money in inner cities for our kids getting killed for crime and poverty and all that. They get so much money that we don't even know, and our community look like a hot mess. Mm-mm.
But that's the Democrats, though. I mean, that's what it's been going on. How many years we've been voting for Democrat, and they ain't been doing anything for us.
Mm-mm.
oh, they've been setting traps. That's what they've been doing. And
Yes.
those traps look like food stamps, look like the projects, all the little traps that they set. We think it's positive, but they're really designed to encourage you not to work so you can have your rent paid, encourage you not to work so you can get food stamps, encourage you not to work so you get this government housing. And isn't looking back, we know better now, but we didn't know what was going on back then, which is why it's very important for to vet who we vote in, because of President Obama
Mm-mm.
or Barack Obama. He was white identified because he grew up in a white household. So he more than likely didn't really know much about reparations. He didn't, even though he was a politician in Chicago, he didn't really know much about Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Because of how he grew up. And even though he may have relocated to Chicago as an adult, where you grow up in your teenage years and younger, that's where you're going to most identify with. That's where you're most impressionable. So when we vote in the local races, what I think is very important, you got to vet people, see where they come from, you know, talk
Yes.
talk to them like they're on a YouTube panel. It's the same way we talk to each other on these panels. I mean, not this one, but the other panels where people are talking about, single mom this, single mom that. The same way that we beat each other up, We could do that to the politician and see where his head's at or her head's at. Give her situations, see what she's talking about. If she's talking about, well, for us to get reparations, we got to give everybody else some stuff too. Then you know not to vote for them because they're not talking right. They're talking mush mouth, and it'll come out eventually if you talk to them long enough.
Absolutely. Now, let me see who is this down here. Mela, what's up, Mela? Mela says that Obama was a lesson in the political laziness of our people had to face about ourselves, and she's absolutely right about that. Great point, Mela.
She true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Because
because
he
when
did
they,
more for the gays than he really did. Go ahead.
I
Oh,
was about to,
I don't
say
want
the
to put a
same
mark on
thing
her.
he did. No, I was about to say the
Good.
same thing.
I ain't want to
You
put
know,
a I don't want to put a mark on her, so but he did more for them than he did for us. Well, he did a health care act. He opened up that bill, but that bill always been there. He just like tweeted, and some people say it ain't. I don't know because I don't get help for the government like that. So a lot of people said that the bill wasn't working good for them. Majority working people, middle class.
the main thing he did to hurt black people, in my opinion, was illegal immigration, letting people have the Dreamer Act, where they come here illegal and they got the anchor babies, because
Right.
those people basically took our jobs. Because if you notice, like I mean, I don't know if you've dealt with them, Sheila or Faith, but I've actually had people come in my home and do work for me, and they were on drugs because they weren't able to get jobs and stuff while President Obama was in office, because it seemed like it was so much red tape for them to go through, even if they had a drug problem or had some type of issue. And people that worked for the government who were doing the same thing that these people were doing, that I was having come to my home and do work. People who were in government had the same issues with drugs and whatnot. So it's kind of like, in the way that Democrat administration affected um, all the local chapter, let's say local government, is that there wasn't really a push for keeping illegal immigrants out to allow us to keep the jobs that we had that were service industry jobs. And that's what's hurting us right now is people
But
who
see,
do
the
have.
Democrats, not to cut you off, but that's exactly what the Obama administration was doing. They were planning to create a new voter class to keep them in permanent power. So that was the reason why there was not a push to get rid of illegal immigration, and how Obama was sitting up there passing all those laws trying to push DACA through. And right now we have an
That's
issue
right.
with voter fraud in most of the cities that have quite a large segment of illegal undocumented immigrants. So you have a lot of these mail-in ballots. California has an issue right now with a bunch of mail-in ballots being rejected because of this whole voter fraud issue. They're trying to create a new voter class. That's what the Democrats are trying to do, and they're struggling and fighting to stay in power. So that's what the whole keep you on dependent on the
Mhm.
system thing is with them. Power.
Thank you, Faith. Thank you.
Exactly. Because when's the last time you heard about the migrant caravan? We so busy about Jada Smith or Jada Pinkett Smith and entanglement. All those caravans that were at the gate, they're gone because they're in the United States now, taking over and doing things and basically creating whole communities, getting reparations money. They even have the people. Really, the number one illegal immigrant that we have are Asians. A lot of people don't know that. They come over here and they give birth, and the anchor babies keep them here. So we're constantly distracted by all the stuff of entertainment, and we're looking to the left, and they're sneaking people on the right, which is why I was saying a couple, like maybe 20 minutes ago, it's important for us not to only change policy and get politicians that help us, but to work hard and create industries for ourselves and businesses so that we don't have to worry and rely on someone else to give an opportunity. We can give it to ourselves. That's like the most important thing is, yes, politicians, so they can give us funding, but the industries, those industries, having like an industry where it's predominantly black, that will separate the haves from that will shorten the gap between the haves and the have-nots, because when people do graduate college or graduate high school or go to vocational school or get out of prison and jail and they want to get a second or third chance, they'll have somewhere to go and they won't have to worry about all the red tape that normally would keep them out, can be overlooked, and they can be given a second chance to be productive members of society. We got to do a lot of stuff to turn things around. It's going to be the younger
But
generation.
you know what industry we need to jump in on now? Donald Trump has pledged that he's going to bring the pharmaceutical industry back to the United States because of this whole coronavirus thing and our dependency on China for our pharmaceuticals. So if Black people would just go to school and become scientists and engineers, we could actually take over that industry, and that could be something that we can put our stamp on, because they're getting ready to bring it back to the United States. So that's an opportunity right there.
Yeah, it is. And a lot of those jobs where you need a degree or a certification, a lot of those jobs, when you get there, they train you on how they do business anyway. So for people who don't want to get the degree, don't want to get the certification, if we had the industry, we won't have to go through so many hoops and this and that to be able to take advantage. And that's actually what I'm going to do. That's one of my lifetime. I got 3 lifetime goals. One is to buy a town and have my own town. Another one is to actually have an industry where people who look like me can be given an opportunity. And third is to help get rid of all the people who are naysayers or spies that are basically in the way of progress, taking out the Martin Luther Kings, taking out the Malcolm X's, and taking out different people who are on the right path, but I guess you can call them agents, want to knock them out. I think it starts with the individual. We all share these ideas, and then we put these ideas individually into practice, like Sheila was talking about with the politicians.
And I'm glad you said that, because land is very important, and that's come with generation wealth. And my great grandfather had 55 acres in North Carolina, which the house he built when my grandmother lived is still there today. And my uncle had part of that land. He had 11 kids. Each of them had 10 acres of land. So what my uncle did was took his 5 acres and he had for his kids. So now when I relocate and I go down there, I'm taking my part, and I said what I'm going to do is I'm going to build an area with my last name on it for my kids and start building like that. Like my daughter, she engineer/truck driver. She want me to help her start her own trucking company. That's what we're going to do with her. The other one, starting a line with my grandson, clothing line. She's doing her lip gloss, her hand sanitizer, starting with that. That's what I'm doing. And I should be, and I'm going to do it like a reality show on my channel with the land, so y'all can see how Sheila started, the beginning from the end.
Mela has a question. I don't know if it was for you or for Sheila, but she says, in what time frame? 10 to 30 years?
As far as my lifetime goals, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm starting from scratch. Like, I have an investment holding company. I make videos about it, but to have access to like billions of dollars, to have an actual industry, to be able to own a town, it's going to take me maybe 50 years. That's why I'm saying the younger generation, the work that we do now, planting the seeds, they're going to be able to sit under the trees and have shade.
Well, we have to build a foundation. We have to build a foundation, and we have to make the blueprint. And they are supposed to take that, what we built and the blueprint that we made, and they're supposed to continue it. It's supposed to go from one generation to the next.
Exactly. I agree.
And that's generation wealth. That's one thing about I was saying. Black people, majority of them do not have generational wealth. If they die today, they're not going to leave their children properties and lands and business and stuff like that. And that's the advantage they have over some of us black people who family was not given that right, that 40-acre immune. So majority of them had to go to college, had to work 2 or 3 jobs. They wanted to leave the inner city and stay out there in the suburbs and in nice house so they won't be robbed and stuff like that. I was in the state of Indiana. I had 4 different houses and stuff. So my kids wasn't raised up in the inner city. But the end of the day is I always had a heart for the inner city. Even when I was in Indianapolis, I always went in the inner city and helped. And that's what really taught me was a mayor down there about politics. So when I came back home after my divorce and I wasn't living in the inner city, the outskirts, I came back because where I lived, where I was born and raised at, everybody's like a big old family. Everybody know everybody. So, and I just started getting into politics, where he taught me, and I started from there. And that's how I got, get to know different judges. I'm good when it comes to managing campaigns. I'm good when it comes to putting people on ballots. So everything I know and I do, they call me. We just work together. So now I know what I know when it comes to our people. This I want at the table. I sat at the table. Plenty of people passed plenty of laws, and what we get, they give us little crumbs. Now I know the game. Like I told him, you taught me everything I know. And he said, "You're right,
Okay,
Sheila." Mhm.
you know what? I want to address this comment. Godson says pharmacy is not coming back. Trump is not the CEO or shareholder of a company. Trump is just talk. Didn't Trump hire illegal immigrants? Okay, so this is a person that is evidently a non-Trump supporter. He's a never Trumper. Okay, so now let's just deal with this real quick. Okay, this never Trumper person right here. Okay, no, Trump is not a CEO or a holder of a company. The same way that Obama was not the CEO or holder of a company when it comes to fossil fuels and all this clean air energy that he was talking about that never came to fruition. So, but nobody ever came out and said that Obama was all talk when he was bumping his gums about it. But majority of the things that Trump have talked about, he has actually put forth to put into fruition. When he talked about signing a crime bill to help black people who were disenfranchised and thrown away for small crimes, he actually signed a bill into law that actually did help us. Okay, when he talked about creating opportunity zones, he went out and signed a bill that did actually create opportunity zones. Okay, when he talked about lowering black unemployment, he talked the talk and he walked the walk.
Right.
So, you don't have to be a CEO or a shareholder or a owner of a company to affect change.
It's a straw
So,
man argument. Oh, go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
I know. Go ahead. Go ahead. Anybody else want to come in on this?
Well, it's a straw man argument because when you're president of the United States, you can't have an interest in any type of private enterprise. So, of course, he had to step down from being CEO of his company. And as far as being a shareholder, he is a shareholder. And pharmacy, I mean, as humans, we're going to always need medicine. Um, there's with Seed Invest, there's companies that are getting into having apps that will allow you to have access to mobile pharmacies and center pharmacies after you, let's say, talk to your primary care doctor and do telehealth and get diagnosed with something and you need your medicine. So pharmacy is never going to go away. It's going to change because of the pandemic and everything, but it's never going to go away. And as far as him hiring illegal immigrants, I mean, of course, you legally cannot hire an illegal immigrant. It's a bunch of like fallacies and straw man arguments in that whole statement. It's just a lot of stuff that there's no facts, there's no proof, per se, but I think that's just one of those distractions to take us away from. You notice how we were talking about reparations. We're talking about
Yes.
Sheila talking about politicians. See, those type of fallacy statements, those type of straw man arguments, moving the goalposts. That stuff is to get you off the square of what is good takeaway from listening to this conversation. Because if somebody hired illegal immigrants or not, what's that got to do with us getting reparations? Pharmacy's not going away
Exactly.
because we got to get medicine. So
And you know what? Oh, go ahead. Go
no,
ahead. So I'm glad he put up pharmacists. I'm glad he brought up pharmacists because, like I said, when I was at the table with my Congress, he said, Sheila, we could already pass a bill about marijuana in New York. I said, good. So since y'all gonna pass the bill, every one of our babies in there, an ounce of weed and stuff, we're gonna go back and then coming home. Because remember that bill gonna be legal. So now let's go back to the criminal justice system. And a lot of people don't think about that. You know how many people is in prison for marijuana?
they got the maximum. When it came
Yes.
time to
What?
sentence, they got the maximum.
Yes.
Yes.
So
And
I
that's what.
told him
Oh, go ahead.
good. I told him, I
And
said,
see,
that's good. And he looked at me, he said, well, I never thought about it like that. I said, I'm always a step ahead of you. I said, now, you worrying about that bill, and I'm worrying about this bill. Like I said, this election time, I please have the bill on the table by October. Because I know y'all next week, in 2 more weeks, they go on vacation. So they'll be out for a month. I said, so by November, I want that bill to be, it's not going to be approved, but Dick will let us know, bring it to the table, and let everybody know, this what we doing in New York, and this the first one ever present in the city, the county, and the state.
it is good because even if that doesn't get voted, that can be a talking point to sue the federal government with a class action lawsuit. Because Native Americans, they were able to get reparations by suing the federal government and having politicians give them stuff. I mean, like matter of fact, in Oklahoma, Native Americans got land or something. I didn't really
That's
read too
right.
much into it. I didn't read too much into it. Someone have to educate me on it, or I'll just read about it later. But groups are getting stuff. It's just that our people are so pessimistic and they're afraid to lose what little power they think they have when they're literally running for public office to represent us. And then when they get there, I guess they want to be career politicians. And that's just it. Like when you start to hear conversation where it's just like they're not really focused on the ball. They're not swinging for the fences. They're more focused with, well, I'm going to go ahead and let the ball hit me and then get walked to first. If they're passive and they're not really trying to be raw, like people are usually on YouTube panels, it's just time to vote them out, campaign against them, and get somebody in there who will be understanding that we're voting them in there to do a job to represent us, not voting them in there so they can like write a book and get rich down the road.
Yeah. Well, speaking of voting people out, Godson is real. Okay, he goes, actually, renewable energy is a growing industry. Tesla is the biggest auto company in the world. Okay, well, first of all, renewable energy. Let's talk about that right now. And Tesla. Raise your hand or put a one in the chat room if this has done absolutely nothing for you.
Everybody should be putting a one.
Faith. Oh, I love Faith.
I mean,
It's another
really.
straw man argument. It's another straw man.
Yeah, trying to distract you again.
But
Hey,
I'm sorry,
you got
y'all.
some.
Y'all go ahead. Oh my goodness.
No,
No,
I
but
saw that. I wanted to say something, but I was like, it's a straw person argument. It's not even really, because if you think about it, okay, renewable energy, yeah, that's all good. It sounds sexy and everything, but let's say like renewable energy, like electric vehicles. Do you know how many people right now have gas operated vehicles and they're still making gas operated vehicles. So it's a growing industry, but it might be growing by like 1% every year, where it's not enough to really just warrant attention. And then like Tesla, I mean, yeah, Tesla's cool, but it's not the biggest auto company in the world. Tesla, I mean, they're cool. They're cool. They do have their problems based off what's in the news, but unless someone wants to invest in them or not, that's not going to help with reparations. It's not going to help with, us having an industry. It's just not going to really do much to really warrant being a part of this conversation. Maybe Godson was speaking to someone else in the chat, and I could understand that, but it's just not really something that is important.
But this one I'm gonna do with you on Faith. Faith, you're gonna give me your email, and we have a conference call line. I have a conference call number. Sunday we have a meeting at 3, and I want you two to come in and hear everything, so you could present it also where you live at. So it's just not limited to us. We're not trying to keep it to ourselves. Each person, each state, get to know your elected officials. Because like I said, while they're doing caught up in Black Lives Matter, and yes, I've been there, done that, been to Washington, and everything, March and everything. Some of us need to be focused on this right here, on education. We need to position ourselves, each area that really need to be addressed. We need a leader in that area. We have the
Absolutely.
yes. So y'all can, listen on the conference call line. You have any questions? Because the people I'm with, they know the information. We're not playing. See, I'm the organizer. I know how to get to elect officials. I know how to I had their number, like, we sit, we have parties together, stuff like that. So I know how to get to elect officials. I know how to get to like anything political. And they're straight up lawyers, education, and stuff like that. They know this stuff. So we work good as a team.
I put my email in the chat. I know you said you wanted the email. I'm not sure
Yeah.
like how
Okay,
you
yeah, I
want.
see it. It's in the private chat. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's really good. I think I don't know if you do. I don't know if you do content, Sheila. You probably
Yeah, but
do.
mine's they're not on mine's don't talk about politics, not yet. But we was talking about that. So they were like, after we get our proposal, because what we did, I had brought up a little one. And the guy that I grew up with, Corey, he liked it because I wasn't really talking about money. I was just talking about non-tax exempt for 50 years. No school
Mhm.
tuitions and stuff like that. He like, no, sure. We need money. We need money. He said we could pay the tax and this and that. And so I present that, and so he presented another one. So we got one more because North Carolina just passed a law that they did it local. With our senator, when he was talking, my uncle looked up. He said, "Wait, they just passed one right there in North Carolina 17 minutes ago. They just put it out." So we're going to take whatever they had, tweet to our local, give it to our mayor, to our county, state, and we're just take it from there.
Okay, and so
See, you
this
know what?
is this just for New York, or is this going to be like for federal or what?
This is going to be, we're going to hit New York, but once a lot of states are doing it, but once it hit Governor Cuomo, once they start bringing it out and talking about it, it's going to be federal because they've been federal. It's just like each state have not, they talk, but they not have presented to it. And then they're going to hit you with the HR 40 bill, with this studying it. Like I said, no more study. They done study us enough. Now it's time to bring a proposal. I bought one, so now we had looked at it. Okay, Corey said, you know what, Sheila, I really don't like that. So Jonathan, okay, we tweet it, we bring it back Thursday. So now the 30th, we bring a hard one back, and that's it.
Here's how we
Okay, and
politics.
I see you just dropped something in the chat room here. So you're saying the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation is an independent government agency that provides money for businesses to invest globally. Okay.
You make a long story short, every time a politician opens their mouth and says you can't have free education because we need taxes, we need this and need that, the United States is a corporation and it's in the business to make money by selling goods and services. So the government is going to provide for itself as far as getting income. So whenever government's like, oh well, college can't be free because we need taxes from that, or we can't print any money for reparations because we're already stretched thin. You could use that as one of many sources where they're not stretched thin. Every time they write a bill, such as like with the stimulus checks, there is always a way to pay it back with interest. They just don't want to do the work, or they don't want to upset the establishment. And if somebody can go to, I put it in the private chat because you can't put links in the chat or whatever, but the usdebtclock.org, that's like a real time showing the debt that's of the United States. And there's no plan to bring the debt to zero. The debt has never really, the last time the debt was probably zero was maybe like Reconstruction. So running up, printing more money has never been an issue until it's time for you to ask a politician to do what he or she doesn't really want to do. So we got to give pushback whenever people start talking that mush mouth stuff about we can't do this, we can't do that. But then when the pandemic happened and they had the stimulus checks that they were talking about, they were able to do that in a couple of hours. Maybe they were able to do that like in a day or two. So
yeah, that's what Pretty Black was just saying down here in the chat, that they cut them stimulus checks real quick.
Oh yeah, she did say that. Okay, and she's right, because I mean, the thing is, if they want something, they'll find the way. If not, they'll find the excuse. So anytime somebody's talking about we ain't got the money, well, you didn't have money for the stimulus checks, but you wrote that. You ain't have money for Native Americans, but you wrote that. You ain't have money for the Asians, but you wrote that. You ain't have money for the migrant caravan, but you wrote that. So it's always, we ain't got the money. But then when you make them go in their pockets, they pull out a whole bunch of hundreds. Oh, you know what? I didn't know this was here. This is the pants. This is my Thursday pants. I forgot that I had these $100 bills in here. That's just point blank period. And I mean, it's always going to be like that when you talk to people who they really don't want to make a move. They don't want to bust a grape. They're always going to bring excuses. People will have plenty of excuses, but they won't help you find solutions. And that's more than one reason why these politicians who are not trying to, support you and getting reparations, which will benefit them one way or another. Even if they're, let's say if they're not entitled to reparations because they're not ADOS or foundational black, or let's say they're white. Someone somewhere is going to take the reparations money and go buy rims. They're going to go buy a vehicle. They're going to go buy, Jordan. So someone's going to spend money in their business anyway. So,
but here's the thing, we don't ask that when they just cut another reparation check for the Jews. We don't ask,
that's right.
Well, what are they going to do with their money?
Exactly. And we
y'all
should.
Hitting on everything we did. Y'all hitting on everything we talk about at the table, Faith. We was saying that, and I said I don't want to hear about it. He was like, "Sure, where the money gonna come from?" I said, "You know what? That's played out." I said, "Y'all always talk about when it come to blacks, y'all don't have no money. Y'all have money for who y'all want to have money for." And then Corey brought out about what you was saying with the checks that just cut out. So we was like, I said, we just had them like pinned up. So
just like with President Obama, your boy Obama, the big banks and Wall Street, they were about to go under because they were ripping people off basically and making bad loans on purpose. They had wrote a check to bail out Wall Street. They had money then. So there's always money to bail out who they want to bail out, but not bail out who their constituents are. And then even with people who are, regular people who are naysayers are like about, oh, well, there's so much debt, there's this, there's that, my taxes are going to go up and this and that. Those people got to be thrown away. I'm telling you, because there's no point in debating and arguing with people when the information's already out there. Like literally, there are like you literally can go to the search bar on YouTube, type in reparations, and there's like 1,000 videos of people breaking down facts of why reparations should be paid. From Rosewood to Tulsa riots. Like it's written in the history books how there's like over 1,000 injustices, including redlining, reverse redlining, white lining, the government putting the drugs and the guns in the black communities to try to pay for the Contra wars. I mean, all this stuff is like on the history books. It's on the history.
Just for not to cut you off, but there are people just now coming into the chat room. They want to know who's who. Could the people on the panel please introduce yourself to the people just coming into the chat room?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sheila E.
Good morning, everyone. I'm For the Love of Vegas that's in the chat.
Okay, and For the Love of Vegas is the middle avatar, and Sheila E is at the end. And of course, you know me, Faith. I'm the host. All right, let's get back to it, y'all.
But yeah, all the stuff's on the history books. So when people are like, well, what about this? What about that? What about Blue Lives Matter, White Lives Matter? Like there's no point in even arguing and debating with them, especially if they don't have any pull in what you're trying to accomplish. So if you're trying to get a bill passed, like Sheila's doing, there's no point in her arguing with folks. I mean, if she does it, I'm not talking against it, but there's no, okay, Godson got some for America to give reparations. You have convinced conservative white people. Now, actually, you don't have to convince anybody. You don't have to convince anyone, because for every bill that's passed, there's always going to be opposition. What needs to happen is each person in all 50 states needs to talk to one or two people, and those people talk to two people, and everyone talks to each other. And all you need to do is get the conversation going to bomb rush local congressmen women who represent you to get the bill written, to vote on it, and for them to talk with other people in Congress, in the Senate. Well, no, Senate is Congress, but to talk to the House representatives and the Senate to get the conversation started, to get to have reparations bill passed. So it's not really convincing anyone. It's talking to basically black people who are going to benefit from it, and they're not trying to be, mush mouth and talk against it. It's just everybody who's for it to bomb rush the politicians. The same way Black Lives Matters in the street protesting, and you got people who are non-black out there protesting too, because they understand it just takes the conversation of talking to people. Hey, are you for reparations? Yes. Hey, talk to your Congress person. We got to push them now, or we're not going to be able to do it. You talk to somebody else. Are you for reparations? No, I'm not for it. I just don't. Let them stay where they are, because going back and forth and debating with them, you're wasting time and wasting energy, because they already know the answer. They're just trying to deter you from your path, from your quest. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to deter you, or they're going to be like, well, okay, you get reparations, but what about me? Well, what do you mean? What about you? What about you? Well, I'm broke. I'm poor. I grew up poor. I grew up in a trailer park. Well, that's you and your people. That's you and your people. If your people were, let's say, if they were former slave masters and they had all this money, and they didn't pass that money to your generation, you need to be upset with them. But this is what we're talking about. This is what we're pushing. And if you're not for it, then talking to you is wasting time, wasting energy, because people have been talking about this for like generations. And it's just time to get people who are for it on board, to give that push. And also, in addition to politicians, to starting the conversation and starting the class action suit for suing the federal government and state governments for reparation. It just takes talking to people, people who are for it, educating them if they have any answers. And then there's also a website, ADOS101.com. Let me make sure that's the actual website. It's a website that breaks all this stuff down. It's like really, ADOS101.com. I put it in the private chat. But it breaks all this down. Like it's we're I mean, it's like so much information. There's no reason for anybody to be in the dark anymore. It's just there's no
Right.
yeah, 80s101.com. There's no like literally it's just time to stop talking to the Pee Wee Hermans and the clowns, trying to convince them that reparations should be paid when after Emancipation Proclamation, reparations was promised, but it didn't pass the Senate. So the
That's right.
conversation was already for black people. Now, white slave owners, they got what they got, plus they got monuments, plus they got a flag. So they already got stuff. So now the conversation needs to be focused on talking to people who are for it and people who are, trying to, play devil's advocate and all that nonsense. No, no, no. We're not talking to you anymore. We're done. We're done with the devil's advocate. Devil's advocate was back in the 50s. We're done with that.
And it's so funny you say that because that's what they were saying about me. One thing, I have a reputation in my community. Whatever Sheila want to do, Sheila gonna put her mind to, and you cannot stop her. And he know that. He know that. I will bring out my bullhorn, different stuff. I will talk to the press. I would do a press release in front of his office. And I would tell the people this what he against for us because majority of votes are blacks. In New York State and South Carolina and Charleston was the two states had the most black slaves. And the Statue of Liberty was black.
Oh yeah.
She was black with a turban around her head, with her hand up, because she came from France, saying, and then from New York, saying she was free. So that's where the Statue of Liberty came from.
Yeah, the original Statue of Liberty had chains around her legs and wrists, and they were noticeable.
Yes, and it changed it.
Yeah, and Gia girl, what she's saying is kind of true. That even if they're in the trailer park, they still. I was going to put something in the chat, but yeah, they benefit because the thing is unfortunately, become the systemic racism. Marching in the streets, I think, is great. The George Floyd protest, I think, is great because it gets people together. And while you got people huddled up for the protest, like here in Vegas, while people were huddled up, we were able to talk about reparations because it's like, yeah, I got it. We're upset about what happened to George Floyd, but we also got other stuff we need to talk about and kind of spread information so that while y'all are raw right now, continue to be raw. But here's other issues that are just as important. Because if we don't do that, if we just let it be, let's say, if we let Black Lives Matter to be just about George Floyd or just to be about, police brutality, which I think is important, if we let the conversation just be for that, not reparations or about, changing the laws as far as people being able to have second and third chances if they go to jail for like nonviolent offenses. You basically have to hit them with a whole list of stuff that you also want to talk about so that when they leave those rallies and leave the conversation, they're not like kind of indecisive about different things, that they have a warm and fuzzy about everything. So they can go talk to two people about it, and those two people can talk to two more people, and then you can spread information. The same way, a video goes viral because people are on there fighting, or a video goes viral because somebody, was talking about it and an entanglement. We could also have information go viral by word of mouth by talking about all the issues at once and then directing them to like 80s101.com so that, they leave our presence and they're knowledgeable so that when they do encounter someone who is talking about I don't think we should pay reparations because it was so long ago, they can have that shield up and know what right sounds and looks like, as opposed to being dissuaded to thinking, well, even though I just had this great conversation and I was educated on systemic racism and Rosewood, the Tulsa race riots and all type of injustices, I can defend myself against these people and continue to have that positive energy going.
And at the end of the day, like I said,
exactly.
Go ahead, Faith. I'm not playing. I'm really not playing. So Like I said, I don't want no negative
I know you're
vibes.
not Sheila. Not Sheila. Now,
Mm-mm.
Sheila, I know that of anything that you do, I'm not playing. You are serious about what you do. I just
Mm-hmm.
wanted to say that, we do need to get on our platforms, like Sheila said, and utilize them, like Mr. Vegas said also, to put the word out, because we do have a lot of people out here talking about a lot of nonsense. Everybody wants
Yes.
to talk about Will and Jada, 50 Cent, a lot of nonsense. And we need to offset that. We do. Sheila, you need to get your platform up. We need your voice out here. Ray Ray of the Awareness Channel. She's another lady that I appreciate and I admire a lot. She's just like Sheila. She's into the political stuff. She breaks down political politics, the news, everything like
I think you're Borg Faith.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, she, she is. But yeah, I am because I had just dropped my laptop too, and I was like, oh, so I had brought it to one of the texts, and he said he can't fix it, so I had to get another one. And I don't really like doing my panels on my phone because I'm on phone now, and they always like messed up. But Corey did say that, Sheila, we got to use your platform, and it's not about New York. We want everybody in different states to join, so they could share the information, and we have to do this.
Yeah,
Our
you could,
ancestors died for. Oh, come on! I mean, look what they went through. You know.
and then you could kind of bait everybody in with celebrity news, and then when you're done baiting them in, then you hit them with the real. I'm serious. Then you hit them with the real information, because I hate to be the one to say, but a lot of people, they're not gonna click on a video that's like reparations. But then if you start talking about entanglement, ooh, I want to hear about that. And then when you talk about entanglement for a little bit, and then boom, this is what we need to do as far as reparations. Hit them with the history if need be. And because unfortunately, a lot of bees like honey, and the honey is nonsense and dysfunction. That's what I found. That's what works for me. Uh, you know, and then if we really all this information, especially what
You
Sheila
know
is
what?
saying.
That's a good idea, Mr. Vegas.
No, I mean that's how it works. Because
That's a good
like for
idea.
example,
Start off talking about the fuckery and then hit them with the real stuff.
with my other channel, Parkland Media, I have to start with like booty shaking stuff about like how to get black women and all that nonsense, and then you turn around and hit them with, okay, let's talk about generational wealth. This is how you invest. This is what an asset is, what a liability is. But I'm telling you, like I can speak for black men. When it comes to black men, they not gonna come if it's talking about the stock market. But if it's about booty shaking or just some shenanigans, they'll come. They'll say hey or whatever. Then you hit them with the real stuff, and then whoever wants to stay, is someone that has that's open minded, and whoever wants to leave, let them go where they are, or just throw them away, because they're not going to support and help with any movement that's positive anyway. Because some people, they literally they live in their grandmother's basement, or they're content with being on welfare. They're content with how things are. All they want to do is they come on YouTube to hear people fight on panels, cuss each other out,
Yes.
dock each other. That's all they want. And you're not going to change them. You're not gonna raise a grown woman, grown man, and get them to change their ways. They're stuck in their ways. So for them, they got to just go. But people who are open minded, or who they enjoy the dysfunction, but they like talking about serious issues too, or the younger generation, that's pretty much what the key is baiting them in with a trending topic, because YouTube will support a trending topic in a minute. And then once they come in for the trending topic, then you hit them with the 1, 2, 3, bam, 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 and then they're good to go. And then those who are naysayers, who will get on panels, and they'll try to distract and deflect, and they want to change the subject, or they want to be like, well, let me just say this right fast before we go back to the main topic. Let me just throw this out here right quick. Single mother this, single mother that. Those people, you gotta just block them. You got to kick them off the panel. You got to block them. I'm telling you, because you'll get it. You get an RBR remix, and they're not going to do anything but ruin your message and ruin what you got going on, ruin the chemistry and the harmony. And next thing you know, everybody wants to talk about the dysfunction that was just presented, and you lose what you were building as far as momentum and positive information for people. And you don't want to have your panel like 5 or 10 hours, because somebody will see 10 hours and they ain't gonna click on your video, and now you lose people. So it's a whole science to it, to reaching people, to educate them and get them on board for things like reparations and other things that are positive, like Sheila was saying, generational wealth, being able to move up in the company that you are working in, so you can be in a key position to give people chances who wouldn't normally be given chances. It takes a lot, and it just starts with attracting those bees with honey. What's infotainment? What's info? I'll let one of y'all talk. I'll just ask in the chat, because somebody's saying infotainment. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what.
See, I'm looking at the chat.
No, that's what you were doing. That's what you were explaining earlier, Mr. Vegas, when you were talking about how you start off with the fuckery information first, and then you reel them in with that, and then you start giving the real meat and potatoes, what you really want to talk about.
Oh,
Infotainment. That's what they call that.
Okay. Yeah. I'm telling you, it's so it'll be these live streams, and they'll have like 500 people in the chat, because folks is up there fighting and doxing and talking about where folks' kids live, or people will go in with those fake accounts, and it'll be somebody's name, I guess like a relative's name or something. I mean, I'm not trying to put anybody down who does that, but it's just that people are attracted to the shenanigans, the nonsense. So it's like sometimes you gotta use that nonsense to reel them in. We could be up here cussing each other out right fast, and you get about 90 people watching, and then you hit them with reparations, hit them with generational wealth, why it's important to exercise your Second Amendment right, so it's not a repeat of the riots and different things, why it's important not to entertain conversations about, well, the KKK ain't that bad anymore, all that stuff. Nah, we gotta squash that, because there are people, for whatever reason, they're here to kill, steal, and destroy, and all they want is confusion. They want destruction. They like the hood being the way it is. They like the drug dealer. They like all the girls on Instagram shaking their butt to be able to make money. They like the way things are. They don't want things to change. And we have to be able to identify those as well and weed them out, throw them away, and block them. Because if not, you'll end up losing the message. And then next thing you know, here comes an RBR.
And you know what? I'm glad you said that. And ladies, no, I want to thank you too. Because let me tell you something about us Black women. We go through a lot. We are some strong women, and we get put down a lot on these panels. They talk about us like a dog. And the end of the day is we still hold the house down after our divorce. Or you had someone who didn't ever get married and had kids at a wedlock and stuff like that, and it still kept the house down. You know what I'm saying? So no, a lot of us try to go by the rules and regulations, and some of us didn't. But I would never, ever put my Black sisters down. I won't do that. If you disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you. But at the end of the day, is like I said, each one teach one. And I'm not going to never forget where I came from. No, I didn't grow up poor or something like that. And I'm going to do a video on the projects where I used to live at, because it's a project by itself. See, I live upstate New York. And then we was by the waterfront. So our project wasn't made for low income. It was made for the military people.
Oh, wow.
And let me tell you something. And what happened was that back in those days, my mother was like a Black Panther. They made so much noise that they gave the project to the Black people. Because at the time, my mother, it was always a method to her madness. And she wanted to be separated from my father. And she was popular, real popular. And she was like one of those Black Panthers, like back then in the 70s, they would carry their guns and stuff or whatever. So they would demand stuff. So my mother was like one of the popular women in the town. Like they call her Christy Love with her afro, and she was just that lady. And she said, no, the white people not gonna stay there because she had agenda. She gonna leave my father the house and everything, and we're gonna be in the projects. So that's how we got in the projects. Which I told her that wasn't right at the time because you didn't look at us. But the end of the day is everybody in the hood don't think like the hood and not gonna raise their kids in the hood. But at the time, that's the only thing they could afford while they're trying to, put this strap up by their boots, you know. So the end of the day is like I said, I love my black people because we the only race that got killed, got stepped on, persecuted, and we still doing our thing, still going to school,
Exactly.
still trying to teach our kids, still keeping our head up, even when our men's on this YouTube street talking about us.
And see,
But
I'm
now,
glad you mentioned.
here's something that I do want to say though, Sheila E., because everything that you said is absolutely right. Even after being rolled on in these YouTube streets by a lot of black men, however, we roll on ourselves by our actions. Girl, do you
We do.
know? I'm sitting up here, I'm looking at videos of black women, they're twerking in the middle of the street on white police officers. This white police officer is there,
Mm.
trying to keep the peace. And no, I don't know. I think it was at a club. I think that's what it was because you had this black guy. He was a DJ, and he was sitting up there, and he was pretty much just instigating the whole thing. These women and got all around this black police officer, not black, this white police officer, and he's just standing there. He not doing anything. He not, trying to stop him anything. But they twerking all over him, and you can tell that he not really enjoying it. He don't like it, but they're doing this, and I'm just like, what part of femininity and womanhood is this? We got too
Mm.
many of that going on in our
We
culture as
do.
well.
We do.
So
We
as
do.
much as I like to uphold and uplift those of us, because I, and the rest of the black women that are in here, we are the ones that uphold and uplift the community. But those that I saw sitting up there twerking and they don't do nothing but give us a bad name. They the one that put the tramp stamp on us. And see, we do have to push back and talk back on those. And that's what we don't do enough of, because there's too much of us uplifting each other, but we don't call out the bullshit. And see, that's what I'm here for. And see, I got
Yeah,
ran
you
off
are.
my
You are.
platform years. They ran
You
me off
are.
years ago because I came on my platform calling out that bullshit. Because I'm like, I'm not here for that. I'm not here for you to be Tatiana and sitting up here angry all the time. I get angry also with our attitudes. And we as black women, we do have to work on our attitude
We
and
do.
how
Oh
we
man. Oh.
interact with each other.
Mhm.
We don't show each other love. I went on a black woman's panel and simply asked a question one day, and she attacked me. We got to stop with the attitude and always attacking each other too. We do have a real problem with that. So
Well,
as much as
I was acting up the other day on Kudos, me and Mella. So me and Mella got into, but in the day is this YouTube, you know what I'm saying? I don't, dislike her or anything. I don't know her. But then the day is, we got into it.
But yeah, I mean, we're gonna
Yeah,
have our disagreements with each other, but there's a way for us to disagree. We have to learn how
Hmm.
to disagree and move on, and not take it to heart, or tear each other
Hmm.
completely down. And this what I see us doing. We tear each other
Yeah, we
completely
do.
down as women.
My mouth, I ain't gonna lie. My mouth is treacherous. And I
and we
try
gotta
not to
understand.
go there. Ooh, mm-hmm.
We gotta understand that. Like, I agree with you all, but I think it's better to throw people away versus trying to continuously give a whole bunch of chances. So, like I was in a chat room and I witnessed something. It was a dude on a panel talking about some genocide of black women, and all the men on the panel were silent. And so when you hear stuff like that, there is no working with them, trying to figure out, going back and forth, getting validation. Now, we have to be able to have the gift of goodbye and throw people away. We give too many chances because people look like us when they're saying things disparaging. So, for example, like there are black men on YouTube who tear down black women. That's like their whole platform is that. So why would we entertain them, and they're basically like white supremacists and blackface? We might as well just distance ourselves from them and not include them in our circle. Because what's gonna boil down to is having to understand that everyone, the smaller your bubble, the smaller your trouble. Not everyone is meant to be able. Oh, I think Sheila needs a link in the chat.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me drop the
Yeah,
link again. And this is an open forum, by the way, guys. So anybody that has something to say, you can come up, and this is the time, to get it out. But I'm gonna drop the link again into the chat room.
because I was talking about so like the black man that kidnapped, raped, and murdered Alu Watoin Salu. So I did a post on my channel, and I was dragging him because he kidnapped, raped, and murdered a Black Lives Matter protester who was Alu Watoin Salu. Well, a black woman made a video about me and called me a Negro peon because it's more important issues than dealing with that. So even though she and I were friends, she was a supporter of mine, I had to throw her away and block her because there's no point in me arguing with somebody who supports or is trying to deflect or move the goalpost from an important issue of someone being kidnapped, raped, murdered by somebody of the same race. That's what I'm saying. Like the days of trying to work with people and beg them and this and that. No. There's dysfunction and negativity in the culture that we have of black man culture, black woman culture. And as soon as we realize that there's negativity in the culture and there's some people who they've been brainwashed, they've been programmed, and they're all about destruction. Once we accept that fact, there should be no reason to go on their panels and continue to get abused. There's no point in continue to let them come in our spaces and continue to get abused and beat up because all you're doing is sleeping with the enemy. You're facing one enemy, you got another enemy behind you getting ready to stab you in the back. And it's like, what's the point of thinking that, well, you and I, it could be us versus them, when in actuality, you don't really have one enemy, you have two. And you're trying to team up with someone who is showing you clear and concise evidence that they're not your friends. When I grew up, it took me years to learn that. It took me so many years. It took people were kicking in my door, robbing me. And I was like, man, I'm gonna give another chance. I'm gonna give another chance. And it took me years to learn that not all skin folk are kinfolk. And that's the key right there. Cause I got it. We black, we love each other, but not everybody is our friend. There's people out there that will be all in your face, rah, rah, rah. And then they're flagging your channel down because they're jealous about something. Or
you got that right
on your back, or they're asking you information about you. You thinking that they're consoling you, but they're gathering evidence to be used as bullets against you. Like you literally, you could be talking about your children, where they go to school at. You having a really good conversation. You're real deep. Take it off of YouTube, and then come to find out you're worried about, let's say, like men attacking you, but it's really the women coming to you as Trojan horses. So I think really it's not really necessarily us versus them. I think we have to individually understand that there are toxic people who look just like us, and we need to vet everybody. And then, like Faith was saying, she went on a panel, she said something, and somebody attacked her. At that point, they're considered an enemy. There is no, well, I was having a bad day, and I had a bad day at work, and this and that, and that's the reason why I called you a bitch. No. No. If you don't have control over your emotions, if you don't have control over yourself and your actions and your body, then I don't need you in my life. I don't need to support you. You don't need to support me, because what ends up happening is you give them a second chance. And then they end up doing it again and again and again. And then it's equivalent to domestic violence. Domestic violence doesn't start off with, like I used to be a sexual assault investigator. And I used to tell people, that wanted to go, they basically want, so I was in the Army, and what they would do is they would want to get a restricted report, and they wouldn't want to, hurt the man or hurt the woman or whoever. And I would tell them, like, okay, I got it. This person pays all the bills. You love them. You just want to get, medical care. But this didn't happen out the blue. It started with baby steps, and you looked the other way because you had rose petal glasses. But you gotta understand that they just punched you in those glasses, and they showed you who they really are.
Preach.
So you got
Vegas is up here preaching today. Hold on.
I know.
I'm gonna talk your ear off, but I see this all when I used to be
That's all right. I
investigator.
love it.
I love it. And I see this all the time, and I see it on YouTube and social media that we have these rose-colored glasses. We've been programmed since birth to focus on the police, focus on white people. And then what they do is they get smart and they send you a Trojan horse. And you're like, oh, okay, this horse looked like me. We home girls, we can talk, we can kick it. But then you're noticing that like whenever they get in public, even on panels, they're making little jokes, making little comments. And you're like, why would you say that? Why would you're constantly asking them like, what did I do to you for you to like bring up my personal business on this panel?
That's the slick diss. And I've had friends do that to me before. You know the little friend, like when y'all by yourselves, y'all cool, y'all
Mhm.
gelling, but then as soon as y'all, like you said, get around people or get in public, then all of a sudden they throw out the little slick diss, and you be looking at them like, where's this coming from? It was
They're,
always there. It
they're
was
conditioning you.
always there. You
They're
you just
conditioning
wasn't
you.
paying no attention.
Exactly. They're conditioning you to kind of accept that so that when they finally do stab you in the back, you're thinking, oh, you stabbed me in the back. Well, I guess maybe you slipped and you fell with your knife out. You know what I'm saying? And that's how the domestic violence. I mean, not all domestic violence is like that. Like, not all of it is like baby steps, but majority of the time it's kind of like grooming, where it's getting you mentally to where you accept that behavior. And then next thing you know, you're on these YouTube panels, you're having a good conversation, and then all of a sudden somebody just starts attacking you and dragging you. And then later on, you try to talk to them one on one, and they got a different energy, they're talking different, and it's all because they basically have been setting you up to tear you down publicly because they're trying to prove their loyalty to someone else off your back. That's
Mm,
really what it is. It's a lot
Mm.
because as
mm.
people will do that, they'll be friends with you, and then when you're in front of somebody else, they'll tear you down in front of that person because they're trying to prove their loyalty to that person, but they want to continue to have you as a punching bag. So they do what's called gaslighting. They tell you, oh, well, I was saying that stuff, but we always talk like that to each other. We always talk like that to each other, or remember the time you did this, and that to me, making you think it's your fault when in actuality, this person set you up for what's known as the okie doke. I mean, I'm using the restroom. I'm going mute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
I've been blackballed anyway because a couple of people used to speak to me, don't speak to me no more. I don't care because in the day I'm a loner. I'm a leader. I'm not a follower. So if I don't agree with your spirit or whatever, if I speak to you a couple of times, you don't speak back, you ain't got to worry about me speaking to you again. And that's how I'm rolling. Because if I keep on speaking to you one time, two times, three times, and you don't say nothing, you ain't got to worry about me speaking to you no more.
Oh, you know what? I am the same way. If I speak to you once and you look at me dead in the face and don't say nothing, oh, you ain't got to never worry
Hmm.
about me speaking to you ever again. And that's in
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been blackballed on YouTube, but I like at the end of the day, I do not care because you know what? Like I said, I came here by myself on YouTube, and when I leave, I'm gonna be by myself. So I ain't come to be in no cliques or whatever. I came for entertainment,
You know what? But the
and I.
thing about it is, you can't do everything by yourself. Like me, I will try to work with the people I can work with. Like if I
Mm-hmm,
if I work with you, just like that situation I was just in with old girl. She did me dirty, but you know what? I found out I can't work
mm-mm.
with her. Boom. That's right there. Is in the
Wow.
rearview mirror. I'm out.
Oh, so
That's
you
in
and
the
somebody
rearview
had a
mirror.
situation. Okay. So, but it's sad though. It's sad. We try to have a sisterhood and everything. And the day is, and I notice, and I'm gonna call it out when a couple of women get around certain dudes, they act different on panels and or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, really? They act funny towards the other female. So, like I said, you ain't gonna say anything to me and do anything and think I ain't gonna say nothing because a lot of times I would never ever get on a panel. So people would bash me while I'm in the chat. And I said, nah, mm-mm.
Oh yeah.
I'm too old. I'm too old for this. You ain't gonna disrespect me like that. Cause the end of the day is that's childish.
It is childish, it's a lack of respect for you. Like when I go on other people's channels, I recognize that that is their channel, and that they have a certain way that they run their channel. I'm not going to go and look to get into a fight with somebody on another person's channel because I think that's disrespectful as well. I'm not coming to your channel to bring no type of beef or no type of what as they say, toxic energy. You know, if I got a problem with somebody, I'm gonna handle that on my channel. I'm not gonna come to your channel and turn it into a bash fest. But what I notice is a lot of black women. And I'm saying it for black women because sisters, we do this a lot. There are a couple of sisters that done came to my channel, and I'm not gonna name y'all. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all will have beef with another sister. Y'all will come in my chat room, calling that sister out in my chat room, bringing that toxic energy in my chat room. And that's another
Wow.
thing. I don't want that shit in my chat room. If I
That's
see
right.
y'all doing that again, you're gonna be bounced out of here. You know,
I
that's
know
that's
that's
another thing.
right.
I have been silent on this too long. Y'all not gonna come up in here bashing on each other like that. You know, if I'm
That's
talking
right.
about a certain topic and you come in here because you see somebody in the chat room you want to beef with, don't do that on my platform. That's disrespectful to me.
And that, you know what? And I would never ever, never ever, because I was hurt. Remember that time when me and you was on the piano and you really thought that was a setup? See how my phone? I'm on my phone, and keep on dropping me off, and it's probably gonna go dead like in another 15, 20 minutes. And that's what happened when me and you was on the piano. Because let me tell you something, Faith. I'm like this. I'm your sister. I would never ever let a man talk. When I had seen that video, the way they talk to you, child, I've been over there one time and told them off. I've been in a comment, told them off. That was totally disrespectful. I was pissed off. My phone went dead. And then I had my laptop at my daughter's house. I could not get back on the piano. But you know, end of the day is you hold your own though. You
Yeah, I mean,
did.
I held
You hold
my
your
own
own.
because
I was upset about that.
I
I
was
was
like, man,
upset.
I felt completely
Mm-mm.
ambushed because I was like, wait a minute, was this a setup?
Mm-mm.
And I didn't know you at the time. You and
Yeah.
I had
Nah.
that was the first time I had ever saw you was over there on Bernard's channel, so I didn't know you at the time. But I was
Mm.
just like, man, what the hell is this?
Mm-mm. And you
But
know what?
now that I
Mm-mm.
know you, I know that you're not that way. That's the
Nah.
reason why I came to my channel and I put it out there. Because if I feel like something ain't right, I'm not gonna
Mm-hmm.
hold that shit in. I'm gonna put it out there, and I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
say the people names that I think did it. And like you did, you came out immediately and said, "Nah, sis, that wasn't it." So
Nah. I
I
said no.
appreciate that.
I said no. I would never do that, man. That's just like me and you, and you know, in real life, and somebody act like they want to jump on you. I ain't gonna sit there and let nobody jump on you, and I'm not even gonna sit there and let nobody bother you. Go ahead with that. Not while you with me. It's 5 girls and 1 brother. And one thing my mother taught us: when you growing up, if you have a friend, y'all sisters, y'all gonna stick together regardless. And one thing
Exactly.
you're
That's
not gonna do is respect her friend. My sister have a friend, and I dislike her. My mother said, "Out of respect of your sister, Sheila, you respect your sister friend. Long as she's
yes.
not doing nothing or saying nothing to your sister, to my sister, then you make sure Sheila all right. But at the end of the day, you have a friend, you better stick with that friend. You don't mess with your friend man. You don't mess with your sister man. You don't mess. My mother taught us all that when we was young. So as a woman, I always compliment my sister how beautiful you are, how you look, and you disrespecting yourself. I'm gonna tell you behind closed doors or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
But
I
see, your
never.
mother, your mother taught you a sister code. She taught you an
Yes, she
etiquette.
did.
And see, that's what we have gotten away from as black women. We don't teach each other the sister code. We don't teach each other the sister etiquette. Just like the sister come on my panel, I got a gentleman on my panel that I've been knowing for 6 years.
Hmm.
But she don't know I've been knowing this guy for 6 years. I introduced this guy as a friend. Now, if you're on my panel and you fuck with me and I introduce this person as a friend, why would you come and start wreaking havoc and attacking everybody?
Oh wow.
That right there is disrespectful to me.
Yes. Yes. I'm learning these pianos too because Faith. I'm telling you, I'm learning because I had seen somebody. That's just like if I see somebody disrespect you on your piano. And I'm just saying, you got 5 people, and then one of them I thought was with you, and she with them, and attacking them. I'm gonna come out the clouds and just win it, and that's what I did the other day. And I said, you know what, I did that because you want this guy panel and you see how they're going against him and you're going to sit up there as a woman and entertain that. So that's why I attacked her. Because for one thing, your age and you acting like that on a panel, on his panel, you trying to diss him on his panel. So that's why I went off on her, a sister.
Oh no,
But
I totally get it because I'm the same way. Just like I had my issues with another content creator, Cynthia G. When I was over there on Taz and Nyla's channel, and Jessica X was up there. And when Jessica X was up there, and I saw they dropped that link and they had it open, I went up there and confronted her. I was like, you know what? You was I know that you're not an American black woman. I said, but I got a problem with you because every time you want to open your mouth, you want to open your mouth to diss other American black women and talk about them. I said, you talked about Cynthia G and you talked about her hair and you sit up here and you upheld these black men and their talking points. I said, and I have a problem. You know, me and Cynthia G ain't friends by no stretch of the imagination, but she is a fellow sister. And I'm going to bang hard for my fellow sisters. And that is the code that we should all have as black women. But, you know, once again, you know, we have to, it is our responsibility, those of us that have platforms, to teach each other the code. And when we see each one off code, we got to pull each other's coattail and say, hey, sis, you off code. You know, just like homegirl, you know, she's sitting up here upholding Jessica X. And I'm steady telling her this woman is a foreigner. All she do is shit on American black women, and y'all over here kissing her motherfucking ass like she the last motherfucking messiah. I said, no, ain't gonna be me. Cause I done watched her and I done seen how she moved, and no, I'm not gonna sit up here and co-sign that in no way, shape, form, or fashion until she get on her platform and apologize to all the American black women that she shitted on so that she can make a name in the manosphere. She can kiss my ass.
Okay,
and I mean that
I like Jessica, Faith, because I never knew she disrespect, because she always give me respect. I never had no problem with her or anything. And you know, like I said,
she comes out because she came off respectful to me at first. But then when I started watching her and watching her interactions with other black women, just because me and you cool, if you don't treat other black women cool, me and you can't be cool. Fuck you, bitch. No. I'ma call that shit out every motherfucking time. It ain't gonna be no you didn't do it to me type thing. If you did it to her, you did it to me too. And that's just how I roll.
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know she was doing that. But I can address her, you know, ask her a couple of things about that. And I will, you know.
And be
exactly, K-Day. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And just be prepared to throw people like that away, and then like their supporters, because if she's already been confronted and she's just like, you know, kind of shucking and jiving and making excuses and deflecting and this and that, then it may be a situation where she's nice to you because she's trying to kind of groom you to have your defenses down to set you up in front of other people later so she can get validation and favor for them. I'm not saying that's what she might do, but that's what you see on a lot of these panels, where it'll be people where they kind of single out one or two people to test the water to see if anyone's going to check them. And then when no one really confronts them about what they're saying and how what they're saying is racist, or what they're saying is, they're trying to like say negative things about someone's hair or skin complexion, maybe they're a colorist or what have you. But you get that a lot of time with people who are non-American. They really want to invade spaces. And so what they do is they listen to, let's say like black men on YouTube, let's say if they're like, dragging black women, someone like her, not saying that she's done this, but a lot of times what they'll do is they'll listen to the talking points as being said, and they'll repeat that stuff to gain favor. So that's why it's very important to throw people away, because you don't know what someone's intentions are. Right now, Nick Cannon a year ago, he's pedestalizing, white women, and now all of a sudden, in June, now all of a sudden he's blickety black because he's trying to get his numbers up. So it's a whole bunch of like, fake and phony stuff for people to get their numbers up, or for people to make a name for themselves. And it's just, you just got to throw them away. That's just point blank period. Because if not, you'll confront them and they'll apologize, they'll do this and that, but they've already got their numbers up. They've already did damage. They've already spewed out talking points. They've already, created a rift and created dissension, and then now it's a whole bunch of confusion, and the confusion lasts longer than the amount of time they were confusing people. So it's just that's why I say you got to have the gift. In my opinion, I don't really know much about the history or anything, but in my opinion, the gift of goodbye is what's important. That's what we need to give ourselves to give to others, especially if we're really trying to move forward and really do major things like generational wealth, reparations,
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff is what's important. And people who are getting in the way, or people who are trying to use and abuse us and trick us, nah, they got to be thrown away. I'm telling you, throw them away.
Yeah, it's so much. I learned a lot being on the YouTube streets that in real life, I never had nobody call me a B until I got on the YouTube streets. Because
That's because they
B in real life, that's a fighting word right there.
so is the N word. I mean, where I'm from in Arkansas, if somebody used the N word, it's time. It's time to throw them hands. And the reason why people maybe
Yep.
calling you B, maybe calling you a B on YouTube is because they feel like you can't touch them. People
Mm-hmm.
feel invincible on social media. They're basically like, you let everybody tell it. Everybody rich, everybody doing this, everybody doing that. But then, like in real life, they're living with their grandma, or they're living on somebody's couch. And that's the thing. Like, it's because they believe you can't touch them. That's why they cussing you out. They're trying to do all the stuff to embarrass you, to ruin your digital footprint or your reputation digitally. But if in real life, if they were like in your face calling you all that, you probably would knock them out or pick up something and hit
Oh,
them across
they
the head.
know it. They know it.
Didn't know
You
that.
know,
Didn't know that, Faith.
it's just like, with this chick that I just got into it from Philly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how they do in Philly, but in Chicago, we don't play that bullshit. She would have been got knocked the fuck out dealing with me in person. But I ain't even gonna go. I ain't even gonna go there.
And like I said, like the one I said, they talk a lot of junk. People talk all this stuff, get on the pen and talk about you, call you out, whatever, and got their little pom-poms in the chat, the cheerleaders and all that stuff. I said, in the day is, I don't want to be affiliated with people gossiping about other people on their panels, because in the day is, our people are suffering. And all this gossiping and stuff, this ain't taking us nowhere. This ain't changing nothing. You know? Let's move on. Where we go from here? You still there from yesterday? Okay. You still there?
Yeah,
Today is
especially
a new
since
day.
in Chicago, there's some children that got shot, and nobody's trying to come forward and give them justice. Like stuff like that's important. That's what we
Right.
should be protesting and putting energy, because the culture, people are still on that snitches get stitches. And it used to be, if you were like in the drug game, that applied to you, but now it's snitches get stitches. It's even grandparents saying that kind of stuff, or older people talking about some, don't work with the police, just I guess they want you to go to the same thugs and dope boys and everything that shot your kids. You want to go to those same people and I guess ask for help. It doesn't make sense. It has never made sense. And that's what really took us out in the 80s and 90s is the rap music, and just the thought process of changing how we feel about each other. Well, really, we felt about each other like that the whole time, but now it's spread like a virus, and it's just uncontrollable. That's why I say, throwing people away, maybe even throwing communities away might be the best thing, because not trying to put down Chicago, but if you go to Chicago at night, you might not make it just because of your skin color.
Yeah, that's true.
Let me tell you something. I'll never forget, because my picture, that's how I'm wearing my hair, my little blonde my hair, my little afro and stuff or whatever. And the other day somebody told me, you need to do your hair. What, you got a wig on, whatever, blah, blah, this, blah. I said, you know what? I love my 4C hair. I may be high yellow with freckles, and both of my parents is black. And I'll never forget, when I was young, I went to school, and I got smacked by a vice president, called me a half breed.
What?
Yes, let me tell you something. I never forget, because he's always said, you think you better than people? Kind of find out his wife had left him for a black man. And he always
Mm.
thought that me and my sisters were mixed.
Mm.
So he said to me, I said to the little white boy, I said, won't you stop playing around? He said, you, come here. He said, and you think you better than everybody? He smacked me. He smacked me so hard. I looked at him. I said, my mother gonna get you. Left a print on the side of my face. My mother came
Wait a
back and
minute. This was a
pistol.
grown man.
This was a vice president in the school. I was in the 5th grade.
Oh
Damn.
no! See, the men in your family needed to handle that.
No, my mother handled that. When I came home, I said my mother gonna get you. When I went home and I told my mother got in that Cadillac. She went to that school, she pistol whipped him. My mother, I said, oh my God, I told my mother, I said, you sitting up here pistol whipping, we could have sued the school district. My mother pistol whipped him. She said, don't you ever in your life put your hand on my child, because he thought my mother was white.
Mm.
He thought, because back then in the early 70s and late 70s, they didn't really like mixed couples. And there was a lot of Caucasian women having kids by black men. And so I guess he thought that I was gonna be an example. But my mother made an example of him. And when I had ran for board education, he had said to me, he said, you know what? I knew you were gonna be a beautiful woman. Other words, saying he was sorry what he did. He did not want me to get that seat because I told my story. Yeah,
And
honor
see,
him
that's
and
that's
this and
that's
that.
the
Go
thing
ahead.
though. But your story, it kind of highlights something for me. Not to cut you off, I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
but when you had two black parents, a lot of black people don't even know high yellow or how can I say light skinned black
Mm-hmm.
people that come from two black parents. When you
Mm-hmm.
have two black parents, you are black.
Yes.
Period. Point blank.
Yes.
And we all come in different shapes, sizes, colors. All of us ain't sooty black. All of us ain't brown. Some of us are yellow. And we got two black parents. So we need to cut this thing out with sitting up
The
here
colorism.
just because somebody yellow, you think they mix. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter, y'all seen pictures of my daughter. Me and my daughter are different as night and day. And my daughter father is a black man. He's a black man. My daughter has two black parents, but look at her. That's ridiculous.
And I have a chocolate cocoa baby. She your complexion. That's what. And me and her go to. Oh, that's your daughter. Yes, that's my daughter. You know. I mean, we really need to stop all this colorism and all. I mean, this is ridiculous. It is. Our hair type and all this. So I love my 4C here. I I
And
wear
it's
my
sad.
afro in a minute.
And it's sad. And it's sad because we experience a lot of that when we're like, children or teenagers, which shows that it's culture. It's just that the culture has got a lot of negativity to it. It does have some positivity, but and
But we
then
let the white
it's a
people,
good thing.
we let the white people dictate to us, this colorism thing. It started with them during
Mhm.
slavery, and we are carrying that bullshit on in our culture. There's a lot of stuff that's in our culture that we really need to throw away.
I
But
agree.
Faith, you know what? Behind that, what happened to me? I never trust a white man. And don't you know how many white men is trying to come on to me? You know how many judges would love to marry me? I mean, in love with me, did my campaign, I ain't had to pay a dime for my campaign. Every time I run. And I was like, I never go outside my race. I will, My ex-husband is he's so dark that you can't even see him in the dark time until he open up his mouth. Until you see his teeth. So the end of the day is nah. I sit at the table with him. I do business. And the day is I'm like this. I can't trust y'all. And my sisters, I have mixed sisters. And like I told my father before he died, you had kids by Emmett Till murder. And I love my sisters
Mm.
and them and stuff. No, I told my father that. He was like, Sheila, What I said, let me tell you something. He said, well, I ain't leave your mother left me. I said, you know, the first man hit me was a white man. He
Mm.
said,
Mm.
what? I said, yes. He said, I never knew that. I said, yes. I said, so when I found that I had white brothers and sisters, I said, you know how bad that hurted me? Hmm.
Yeah. In
And you
addition
could
to
see
that,
one of my videos when one of my sisters cooking on the grill. That's the baby one. Yeah. They look just like us. Just look just like us.
And here's the funny thing though, and I also consider if that is Jessica X's picture, I consider her to be a black woman, even though she may have a white mother. But the thing about it is Jessica X does not act like she likes black women. She only acts like she likes black women when it's convenient for her. Like she tried to
Uh,
cozy up to me at first and be my friend, and then when I started seeing how she treated other black women, I said no, no, this person right here. If it's a woman, man, I don't even know what she is because she never ever show her face.
Cause I ain't
yeah,
never had no problem with her. I'm be honest. She never disrespect me or nothing. Never. I never.
No, when
I
I
always be.
started seeing how she moved with other women, I was like, nah, she's no friend of women. You know, you can't be my friend and then shitty to everybody else. You know, and I'm telling you, these are people that ain't did nothing to her.
Cause the ones I see, she argue with. I know their personalities are not that great on YouTube Street to me. It's just one of them. But anybody else, I haven't seen her like, cause I don't be on all those places where she be at like that.
Yeah,
So,
you know, because every time I see her, I make it a point to speak to her because I want her to talk that shit.
I mean, my policy is, I mean, even though I'm not cammed up and not using my avatar, it's not really good to trust people who have never cammed up because you don't know who you're talking to. You really don't know who you're talking to. I mean, I mean, that's just, I've seen, you know, in these YouTube streets, it'll be someone using an avatar, and then I guess they get doxxed or something, or they finally do cam up, and they're completely different than how they look. So that's another person to throw away. It's just people who it seems like they have negative energy. It seems like they're kind of wishy washy, or they pick and choose when they want to say certain things, or they kind of go back and forth. People will do anything for a check. People will do anything for, I guess, an AdSense check. I mean, it's not really like enough to really warrant pulling a Nick Cannon, but people will do anything for checks and clout.
but you know the sad thing too, what I don't like when our brothers, our black brothers, because the end of the day is I don't care how much money you got, I don't care what kind of suits you wear, tailor made, kind of shoes, Italian leather, what kind of car you drive. And at the end of the day, in the police eyes, you still a black man. And how
Yes.
dare you let another man come in your area and talk about your woman?
Well, are they brothers though? Because if, let's say, for
Some
example,
of
if
them
they're,
are. I've
well, I
seen
mean,
them
but what?
cam up.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not talking about are they black, but are they really
No,
brothers? That's what I'm
no.
saying. See, if somebody's actions show you that they're toxic, they're on the other side.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean that's like I was saying before you came on the panel. We have to learn to throw people away, even if they look like us. Like that Trojan horse looks nice, it looks sexy, but just not all skin folk are kinfolk.
Right.
And I think we gotta, in my opinion, we gotta get away from those who they may talk blickety black, they may look black, they may sound black, act black, but they're not really on your side. Because I'm telling you, it's in my life. I'm sure you two have experienced it as well. But you could be talking to someone, it's all good, and they set you up, have you in jail, or they lie on you, telling people you stole something, anything to try to for them to get validation from somebody else off your back with a lie or some type of dishonest action. I mean, it's so based off what you're saying, they're not really brothers. If anything, they're others, and that's how they should be treated. Because if you think about it, there's like, all right, if there's, and I'm not need to cut you off, but let's say there's
No,
100 million
go.
people. Let's say there's 100 million black people in America, get plus or minus. Well, trying to fuss and fight with someone who's clearly showing you that they are an enemy, that's taking your time and energy and attention away from reaching someone who would be a positive uh, person and a benefit to whatever path that we're on. Because I'm telling you, like I've seen so many people use time and energy, time you can't get back, energy you can't get back. You got to replace both of them, trying to fuss and fight with people who they're adults, they're set in their way, and they have shown you that they're against you. So I think we should stop, calling people brothers. Because I've been arguing with people who are toxic, and I had to learn that it's like, why am I sitting here arguing with another grown person, trying to get them to do the right thing, or to check somebody when they're around them? If anything, they're showing their true colors, and them being passive is them agreeing. Their silence is consent. So it's just best to throw them away and move on and find someone else who will be positive. Because if not, what ends up happening is you'll find yourself in the middle of a hood, and everybody is happy with the way that things are, even though they fighting and shooting each other up.
But see, it depends on the age of the person too, because like I feel like people in their 20s, I give them a learning curve. Like I think that Jessica X is in her 20s. So, I have hope for the sister. She do say some good shit sometimes. But, at the same time though, I don't know. I don't know. I've seen her in her actions towards other black women, and it's just kind of like, sister girl, I don't know. She got a lot to learn. That's all I got to say. She's in her 20s. I'll give her that much. She got a lot to learn.
And if she doesn't learn, then throw them away. Point blank, period. That's like 1 out of 100 million people. I mean, I appreciate the optimism. I think it's great to be optimistic. Unfortunately, I'm more pessimistic. I'm more, I've been disappointed so many times that I take people as is.
But you have to remember where you was when you were a young man. Remember when you was in your 20s and you were doing silly stuff, and a lot of the decisions that you was making wasn't really kosher. Like me, somebody like Jessica X, I'll be in her ass every time I see her until she learns. Cause somebody got to tell her. And Sheila, if that's your friend, you know, then be a friend. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. That's right. Because I don't have nothing against her, but I can address different things that I heard, and I'm like that. I'm bold, and I be honest. This right here. So I can ask her a couple of stuff about that and have her point of view. Yeah, because I'm like this too, Faith, and I don't know how y'all feel about this, but if someone come on, see the area I'm in, everybody, we show our face, our name, this who we are. Sheila's my name. That's my real name. So, but the sector, this sector, people don't show their real names and stuff like that. If I get in an argument with you and this is your name on YouTube, who am I to go behind you and trying to find out who you are? No, I'm keeping
Exactly.
it real because I'm like this. Out of respect, it's just beef. Back in the day, we used to crack on each other. Yeah, but I ain't gonna try to take my energy and find out who you really are
Yeah, I don't
because
like that
that's none
either.
of my
That
business.
doctrine.
Yeah, and that right there, I would never ever do. And some people, that's this style, that's how they move or whatever. But I wouldn't do that when I get in an argument with somebody or whatever. Yeah. Like me and Mella went in, I would never ever. She was telling somebody on look me up. And I'll play, yeah, I looked you up. You was in a nursing home. But I would never ever try to look her up and see who her name really is and stuff like that. Cause that's not my style. I don't move like that. This is just in the day, this is just social media, YouTube. When I click off, I have a real life. And
And
I'm
that's
fighting real
wrong. That's
battles.
wrong woman business right there, Sheila.
I'm fighting battles like police officers, um, try not to kill our men. Now we have the state stopping them all the time. So I had to call the captain. He resigned because we had 2 murders in our city just before George Floyd murder. So they were burning parts out in the city with matches and stuff. Y'all didn't hear about that. So who will get a lot of calls? I get a lot of calls. I made up a committee, a police advisory committee, a relationship with the police and the residents, the taxpayers. I had got our police $3 million 5 years ago when they said they ain't had no money. This what I do. And like I said, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. So all this other fake stuff on this Facebook and want to be popular, I'm that girl in real life. I don't have to
That's
make a
what's up.
name on YouTube. I have a name in real life.
And that's what I'm talking about. And see, I peeped that about you. That you are one of the ones. I would say you, love wisdom. What's the other lady name? Rain and Womb Man. And I like Rain and Womb Man. I was on a live with her yesterday, and I asked her period point blank. This is what I like about her, and this is when you know somebody genuine because they'll tell you something even if you don't want to hear it. I said, Rain and Womb Man. I said, you saying that I'm damaged? And she didn't hesitate. She said, yep. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what the fuck I'm talking about right there. Like, hey, tell me if I'm messed up. That's a friend.
Yeah. I'm a passive one. Like I'm come to warrior when it come to our community, but when it come to people, I'm a punk to a certain extent because I'm your friend that forgive, forgive, forgive. But my other friend, you do it one time, that's it. Said Sheila, I would cut him. You were trying to heal him and this and that, bring him back to life, do CPR, first aid, and stuff like that. She said, but when it comes to the police officers, politics, she said, I try to pacify them, and you be like, nah. She said, you get them. I said, yeah, it's something about my people, but the ones in authority, I hold them accountable. Because I know we
I like
dog each other, but I ain't gonna let nobody do us like that damage. I look at it's politics, I always call it. I shut down city council meetings, I shut down blocks, I protest, shut down the whole city, everything. So, like I said, I'm a good organizer and it's a method to my madness why I do things for my community. Because the end of the day is I know we are not like. I had experienced that when I was 10 years old.
that's
That's
great.
what's up.
Yeah, that's great. I can't wait for you to have a channel with content and break everything down to help other people avoid the pitfalls you had to experience as a wealth of knowledge. Because a lot of people, like we're all book smart or street smart, but we don't really know the ins and outs when it comes to politics. And you sound like a wealth of knowledge, and that's really great. And I kind of agree with Lawrence Hughes in the chat. He's pretty much same thing I usually say, and that is like in his 20s, he wasn't as messed up as his 20-year-olds today. It's a whole nother world. It's a whole other breed of people. The problems that people got going on today, it wouldn't have happened back in like the 90s and 2000s. And that's why I'm more, I take people as is and kind of going up. I just want to kind of respond to what K Day was asking, as far as like thinking positive and be around positive Black people. I agree with that. I think it is good to be around positive people. Unfortunately, I take people as is. As soon as I see that somebody's like, dysfunctional or they're on some doxing or some craziness, I pretty much leave people alone. I don't really have much patience. I know I should work on it, but I choose not to. If you show
And
me that
see,
you're
I'm at
negative,
the other end of the spectrum because, like, I will give people the benefit of the doubt a lot. Sometimes I'll see something that I know is not even culture, but I'll be like, okay, with this person trying in this area, so I'll go in knowing that they kind of messed up, but I'm giving them that benefit of the doubt. I do that a lot. That is a weakness on my behalf. I need to work on.
I don't think it's a weakness. I mean, I think it's good because, I mean, I'm quick to throw people away, especially if I hear somebody say something. Let's say, for example, like I heard somebody say something about some genocide of black women. To me, I'm just like, no, I'm done. I'm done with that dude. I'm not gonna support him. But maybe he, will have a change of heart in the future or something. I just really don't see the point of wasting time anymore when we literally got people taking down monuments and changing flags. It's just a lot of important stuff going on, and just to kind of deal with the nonsense stuff that we see online, it's just like, what's the point? It's people on here who have been talking about the same thing over and over again for 5 years, trying to basically hustle money out of people's pockets into
Yes.
theirs. And I respect their hustle, because they got to pay their bills. But it's just that people who refuse to understand that this person's been going on and on and on about, let's say, for example, don't date single mothers for like 5 years. I mean, after a while, you have to understand that they basically are hustling you for donations. But then there are some people, they have mental issues, and they come online to get to be, I guess, lied to in order for them to feel good about their decisions in their life. And this is like their therapy. And there's nothing, if that's their business, that's their business. But why would I waste my time trying to wake them up from the matrix when they refuse to wake up?
But this is what I don't understand. Like, like you said, these people are clearly there to make money. Like, there's one particular YouTuber that comes to mind that always talks about the black female fuckery. And he's even said, fuck the black community. But then you're constantly talking about people in the black community. Now, if you done said, fuck the black community, to me, that should be the end of your platform. But we go
Should
there
be.
and we support these people.
But
Yeah,
you
it
know
should
what,
be.
Faith? I'm sorry. I had anger, and I was like lady for my community. Just recently, I was so pissed off because everything I was telling them years ago, now they come to me, and I was like, nah. When I ran, a lot of y'all ain't vote. I said, y'all put this one in because it was a different color. Now when y'all call them, they ain't helping y'all. I stopped doing my community for like almost like 9 months. I would still do like case management calls and stuff like that, but actually like do like I used to do them and stuff. I stopped because you know what? The ones I was really fighting for was fighting against me. The ones who I put in the seat got in a seat, act like they ain't know me.
But see, you didn't step away from your community from a place of hate. You stepped
Oh
away
no.
from you stepped away from it momentarily because you were disappointed. But this person that I'm talking about is coming from a place of hate, and he wants to pretty much disrupt. And what's the word I'm looking for? Goodness gracious, it deunify. You know what I'm saying? Like the message
Yeah.
that these people are putting out here, it pretty much just kind of deunifies us as a group. When you got black men, constantly talking about black women, everything's a black woman fault. Then you got a sector of black women, all they want to do is dwell on their hurt, their pain, or what a black man and put them through. And now it's fuck all these niggas. That's deunifying talk. It don't really help nobody. The trauma
You
bond, it
right.
don't help. It don't hurt nobody. It don't. It don't. They're not don't hurt. It don't help nobody. That's trauma bonding online, and you get with a whole bunch of other hurt people, and then y'all form a hate group.
You know what? Hurt people, Faith. They do. And that's why any situation, anything I see, I always say, Sheila, what positive can you bring to the table? I always been like that. And remember when you were saying about the girls twerking in front of the police? Let me tell you something. I was living in development, and the little girls would come there because the little boys was there, one thing about the inner city, they'll come with the nice boys that they get them. So they would come Saturday morning. I said, "What? Where's these kids' mother at?" And they would come dancing and stuff. So they would do. I seen like 3 Saturdays in a row, and I said, "You know what? Then they good dancers." I took those girls and they start dancing off of gospel music, praise dance. I form a team. Their mother was so drunk the next day, I hanging out, that when you get drunk or whatever, you don't get up the next day, do nothing with your kids on the weekends or whatever. And I made a praise group. They would go to the nursing home. We would be entering contests at the riverfront where the Caucasian people was at. Different stuff I did with a group of girls. Don't you know, their mothers wasn't interested in their education and stuff.
Oh
I sat
no.
down and talked to the girls. I took time with the girls. One of them today is a nurse. One of them in the army. Those girls, this said should. I mean, they stayed at my house because they didn't want to go home. And let me tell you something. I cried when I went to somebody's funeral, and one of the ones I had taught did a praise dance. And she said that funeral, she said, "Sheila, I want to thank you." She said, "Because it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be able to be here at this funeral doing this praise dance."
And that's what's up. You made an impact on a young person's life, and in a positive way, because we all of us, and this is another thing too. Every single one of us that are grown, if you have a young person in your life, that young person is watching you. You're making an impact in that young person's life, whether you know it or not, whether it be positive or negative. You're making an impact. These kids are watching every move that we make. So yeah, if you're out here in the community and your movements are not so good, the young people are taking note of that. Just
You're right.
FYI.
I'm gonna have them on my panel. One of them, she a nurse, she a RN, and the one who was doing the praise dance, she was a model, and now she just had a baby, and I'm gonna have them on the panel so they could tell their story, because we need to hear stories like this. Us older women, the Bible tell us to teach the younger ones, and that's what I try to do with my babies. Teach them. You
Yes.
don't have no baby at a wedlock. You know what? Because in the day is that man could leave, and you got to take care of that baby. And I don't believe in no child support. I don't believe in that. But my daughter, my oldest one, she was a virgin too. She was 28. She had a baby, and she don't want to be married because what happened in my marriage. The young one, when she was getting married last year, she decided to stop because she into her career or whatever. But I taught my daughters how to, present themselves, how to take care of your man when you have one. Make sure the house clean. Make sure you cook for them. Make sure you have them back, because as a black man, when they had to fight the police, it's not guaranteed gonna come home. When he come home, let his house be a house of peace.
Yes.
And that's what my mother taught us. That she taught us, you know what? A black man go through a lot. And she said, you ever have a man, treat him good, cherish him, let him come home to peace. She said, because they had to fight every day. And when they come home and then they got to fight you, what the purpose being with you? She taught
Yeah,
us that,
And you
so
weren't giving them no attitude or none of that. And that's the other thing too, because my mother and my grandmother, they sat down and they had those same conversations with me about making the man's home a peaceful environment for him, because he worked hard for you, and he goes out there and he's dealing with elements out there that could possibly mess with his mindset. So he doesn't need to come home and you're further messing with his mindset by not giving him that peace. And that's something
mhm,
that we're not, I'm going to also kind of put it back on the black women. We do not teach, like you said, those girls that you were teaching,
mhm,
their mothers, their mothers were not teaching them that. They weren't. We as collectively, and I'm not talking about just you and I, Sheila, because we are just two black women, but collectively as women, we're dropping the ball on teaching that type of femininity to our children, to our girls.
and that's why it's a
And
good
our little
time.
hmm
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, and then the little boys, they grow up and they don't get to see femininity in the home either. How many black women do you think have that femininity mindset? Because that's exactly what it is, Sheila. It's a femininity mindset. How many black women do you think have that?
Not a lot. And I'm not the dainty type, but the way I look, the way I dress, I don't dress revealing nothing like that. And because my mother taught us I had to be, firm but ladylike, how to present yourself. And my
Yeah,
other sister did dainty, but I'm not. I'm the warrior at all of them. So
That's why it's a great time to be alive because we got social media that helps connect us, so we can pass information on to each other and not have to uh, be worried about you talk to someone who's young, you give them really good information, maybe even give them money. I usually give money. We give good information, write stuff down for them as like a plan to help them out, help them get into college if they want to do that, tell them where to go to start a business, uh, give them different resources, and then they go back home to the same environment that they normally are in, and all that information that you just gave them gets unprogrammed. Thanks to social media, it can help us improve reaching younger people and even adults who are difficult, perhaps even giving them, more than one chance to see if they'll change for the better instead of just, simply throwing them away. And I think that's great, working with young people, and we got to continue to do that, especially having like positive content so that when you do talk to someone, instead of just like leaving their life forever or them not being able to get any positive reinforcement until you talk to them again or someone else talks to them, they can come to your YouTube channel and they basically got you 24/7 because of your content. They can binge watch the videos you got going on. It can help motivate them, especially when going through hard times. Because I've never been a single mother, of course, but just going through different things that we go through in our communities, like single motherhood or gangs or being bullied, or you got a house full of rats and roaches, or you got a home with no water, electricity. All that stuff can mess with somebody's mind and make it to where they
that's
can't
right.
even navigate and
yes,
and and get educated in school to get out and be productive. But if they come to a YouTube channel, like, so I have like kids that used to go to my high school, they come to my YouTube channel, watch my videos, and I can kind of help them as far as keeping them motivated and inspiring them. Because it's real easy for them to see the pimp in the neighborhood or the dope man who has a nice car, the nice clothes, the money, and be like, okay, I don't want to be like For the Love of Vegas. I don't want to be like him or grow up to be anything like him, but I do want money. I do want these women that I'm seeing this pimp with. I do want the car. We want the clothes. And now everything you said just got erased. But if they have that content to be able to stay motivated, stay focused, it can help them, especially if you're dealing with households that ain't got no electricity or no water, or their family doesn't have any money and they don't have any access to like deodorant and other hygiene products. I mean, there's a whole host of different things that keeps kids from growing up and being productive, and we definitely could be a benefit for them.
I like that, and it's so funny you was saying that because a lot of inner city have a lot of black. I have a lot of nonprofit organizations which is not ran by black people. They're ran by people who not with inner city. They just a lot of nonprofit organizations. Okay, I'm trying to put in a way, don't judge people. That a lot of Caucasian people come up with the organization because, like I said, go back to crime, it go back to murders, it go back to drugs and poverty. They get the nonprofit organizations, they get our kids, and they're not really making an impact with our kids because at the end of the day, what I found out was when I had started me Hudson Valley Advocate, the end of the day is you could teach a child everything and they be so positive when they go back home to their environment.
yes,
We got to hit it on. We got to keep it real. Majority of the mother on drugs or their father. They don't have no food in the house. They're not sleeping on no mattress. I mean, the house is a wreck. They don't have no food. So there's a lot of things that being as a case manager, I'm a retired case manager, that it start in the home. Teaching your child start at home. And the majority of our babies not being taught nothing at home because you having kids. That's why these women, these young girls today, shaking their booty and this. Because their mother had it when they were 14 and 15.
And
You
that's
a
the only
grandmother
life
these
they
days
know.
at 36 years old. I wasn't a grandmother till I was 50. Faith, I mean, come on. This is like, I see so much stuff and I cry and I pray to God, please just give me the strength to just, if I could just touch one child. I mean, you got kids staying home from school, take care of their brothers and sisters because their mother been out on a crack speed for a couple of days.
Oh yeah, I've seen that plenty of times in Chicago.
Mm. I mean, it's a lot still going on today. And we talk about Black Lives Matter. Yes, Black lives do matter. But like I said, everybody have a part. Make sure I had started a food pantry. Make sure those babies get food in the house. In the summertime, now a majority of our kids is not even in school. They don't even think about the kids get abused at home. That was this safe place going to school. Majority, that's when they get their meals in school. A lot of those mothers get all those food stamps for those kids. You think they're buying food? They turn those food stamps in, getting drugs, selling them. It's a lot going on in the Black community. A lot of people just don't address. We don't keep it real. And I try to say, you know what? I'm only one person. We have a team. It was only 5 of us, almost 10 years, trying to bring down a whole city that destroy a Black community for decades.
Oh, and I just want to shout out the Cash App from Screen Learning. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's my other channel.
I knew it was you. I was like, okay, yeah, 'cause I was like ahead of you as other channel, and I'm gonna check out your channel as well. I was
Yeah,
trying to
appreciate it.
mod you up, but I guess on StreamYard it doesn't let me, and I'm on this mobile app.
Oh, it's all good. I don't be working anyway when people be making me a mod. It's all good. But that's true. I agree with Sheila. What she was saying about like I was saying earlier in the stream. It's better to talk about all the issues at once. That way, when people leave our presence or leave a live stream, leave a panel, leave whatever, they have all the problems so that instead of dealing with one thing at a time, we can tackle everything at once and perhaps ask for more than what we want. And then if they shoot us down to where they're like, you know what, we're not going to give you any more funding for school. We're not going to give you any more funding for this or that, but we'll go ahead and give you reparations. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Because if you present them with a thousand things we want, and they're like, okay, we're only going to give you a few things like reparation, then that's a start. And we'll continue to ask, continue to hit them, continue to hit them. And the more we talk to people who are for things that's going to help out our communities, the better. I'm telling you, trying to run a race on a treadmill, arguing with folks who are all about fighting and dysfunction and setting you up and giving you hints and stuff that they're not really positive, they're not really for what you got going on. It's a waste of time. And you'll end up, spending like 10 hours arguing with somebody about why Black people need reparations. And then the 10 hours is up and they still are on the whole, well, it's a handout. We don't really need it. You know what I'm saying? And it's just counterproductive.
I agree. The people that waste our times the most is the people that are literally against all the issues that would help us as a community. And that's what I just said. It's a time waster. These people are sitting up here, this whole platform either is entertainment for them or it's just a way of making money for them, but they're not serious. You know the ones that are serious and you know the ones that are not serious. And like you said, the ones that aren't serious, we just need to throw them away. Time
And
wasters.
I'm gonna make a lot of people mad by saying this, but so I was talking to another content creator. I'm not trying to troll or anything, but his name is B&T. And I was telling him like, okay, you know if people are rocking with you or not, based off the fact that we all got these YouTube channels. We could start an informal like multi-channel network and support each other, like how like the white content creators support each other and they're all making money. That's how you know people really ain't about what they're talking about, because there's enough money for everyone to earn money on here and do things in real life and in cyberspace to do great things. But people are focused more on tearing down videos, tearing down channels, creating
Yes.
dysfunction on panels and stuff. And see, that's why I say they got to be thrown away, because I'm telling you, all these channels getting taken down, videos getting taken down, these flagging parties, flagging campaigns, it's because people are given all these chances. And it's like, if they're saying stuff like how you all mentioned earlier, like black men online who are, dragging black women, like, why continue to support them and they're punching you in the face every night? It just,
Yeah, I don't
I think
understand
we should.
why black women are even on Kevin Samuel's channel. Uh, I'm sorry, but I hate putting people names out there. But damn, I saw another one of
He
his
had
videos
rumors
the
over
other
there.
day, and yeah, girl, that they be super chatting up in there. I mean, $100 super chats. I'm sitting up here like,
Oh, I
really, and
thought
he's
his
sitting up
channel was
here.
for guys.
Yeah, girl, this is Kevin Samuels tells black women to date in their looks lane. And then he puts,
Wow.
he puts them on a scale of 1 to 10. He puts the woman's picture up there, tell her if she's a 1 or 10. And these are beautiful women. He calling them 4s and 5s and stuff. I'm just like, and they give him money. I don't get it.
Validation. It's just like with domestic violence. It doesn't start off with somebody punching somebody in the
Mm.
face. It starts off with love bombing and then putting somebody down. And then those who don't like that content, for example, they're going to bounce. But people who want to seek that validation from, let's say, a man, they're going to stay and they're going to continue to get that interaction from him, because they want to be validated. They want attention. They want someone to tell them that they're beautiful or what have you, because they may have low self-esteem. A lot of these pity parties or these, people kind of coming together, trauma bonding, it's about people having low self-esteem and trying to get that validation online that they should have gotten while growing up, or should be getting from whoever they're in a relationship with, or just getting it from really within themselves. And instead of people trying to give people solutions, they end up selling a $100 treatment. Why sell someone a cure for free when I could sell you a $1,000 treatment? There's more profit in the problem than there is the solution.
True. Okay, now Mr. Vegas, you got some fans down here in the chat. They would like to know who you are and where they can see your content.
So I don't want to take attention. I want to take attention away from your channel. I think your channel is great, but if they want to check me out, they can. It's For the Love of Vegas. As one of my YouTube channels. I have 4 of them. My main channel is Parkland Media. But if you just go to, if you search, I don't know if you can find me by searching for me on YouTube, because YouTube pretty much hides my content. But if you search for Parkland Media, my stuff should pop up, and then you go to the About section. That'll have all my social media handles and my content. I mean, For the Love of Vegas is, of course, about Las Vegas. That's where I live. But Parkland Media is about wealth creation, investment. I do celebrity news to pull people in, bees for honey. But all in all, it's the premise is wealth creation, investment, and I show myself investing with my business. And then I give stock tips and stuff based off what's going on in the world. And then I have a Plato's Cave channel where I talk about basically escaping the system and taking control over the world by enlightening your mind and just kind of seeing what the programming and different things are. Okay, I'll just put so I'll just. I'll just kind of
Yeah,
put.
if I wasn't driving, I would drop the information in chat. But I also want to say thanks to Joe for the generous cash app. I really appreciate you, brother.
Oh, you driving, Faith?
Oh yeah, girl.
Oh,
StreamYard and get it where you can do the panels on your cell phone. So ever since I found
yeah.
that out, girl, I've been doing it on my cell phone. And then if somebody want to come up, I just drop the link. It's easy.
You're making money
Yeah, because
two
I'm trying to
ways.
do it on my phone now when I be doing my little workout stuff. And, mm,
You're making money two different ways. It's pretty good, and you're also providing positive content. That's real cool. That's real
Oh,
that's
cool.
great. Faith.
thank you. Yeah, I like to keep it positive. I don't see any reason to sit up here and just purposely put out negative, divisive. That's the word I was looking for earlier. Divisive content. That's what it is. And that's what
I
the
mean,
gender warring content is, divisive.
it's profit in the problem. It's profit in the problem. You could talk about dysfunction and all negative things for like 10 years, and people will, donate money and support your Patreon and do a whole channel membership and all that, because a lot of people, instead of wanting to deal with problems in their own life, such as um, maybe you didn't get the job because you're not getting off the couch to go look for a job, for example, people would rather hear that it's because of single mothers, that's the reason why I can't get a job, as opposed to I didn't get a job because I'm not competitive. See, people don't want to hear about, they really don't want to hear the truth. They kind of want to hear, what they want to be told, what they want to hear. And then also, we need more industries that support us. We need more businesses that support us. We need to support Black businesses. It needs to be more than just a hashtag as far as Black Lives Matter. It needs to be actually people putting stuff in action. And those who want to support dysfunction and they're like, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but, or yeah, I hear what you're saying about reparations and politics, but those people, you just can't, it's just no point in trying to change people's minds who've been hearing this stuff for like years and they're still doing the same old, same old. Those people are unproductive. They're not about trying to change or trying to have upward mobility. They want to stay in the same place. They want to have excuses. It all boils down to they want to have what's known as uh, learned helplessness, accepted powerlessness. And it's easier just to have excuses and point the finger at someone or something else, as opposed to changing your individual self to improve your individual situation. Because when we all log off of YouTube, you got your own place you live in, you got your bills, or you have your issues. And it's like you're more than likely are not going to find solutions where you've been frequenting if you've been dealing with stuff for like years. But the wonderful thing about YouTube and Google is you can go to the search bar, you can search for anything, and you can have whatever you want. The world's at your fingertips. That's why it's a great time to be alive, because every problem you're dealing with, there is a solution. The thing is do you want the solution? Because if you want something, you'll find a way. If not, you'll find an excuse.
Facts.
True. Ooh.
And I'm just sitting up here looking at all the comments, by the way, y'all.
I can't see the comments.
I'm trying to acknowledge everybody. Welcome to the chat. Arab Black TV does have good content on his channel as well. And no, I don't mind shouting out other YouTubers on my channel. Like Mr. Vegas said, there's plenty of money out here for everybody, plenty of viewers out here for everybody. We do need to network. Those of us who have YouTube channels and we're putting out that positive content, we do need to network and work together.
Yes.
So if you see
Mr.
the content,
Research, I be on his panel, Faith. He's real smart. I mean, he talk a lot of good stuff too. Mr. Research.
yeah, I went to one of his channels, one of his panels the other day. I like his information. He's been
Yes, I
over here
always
quite a
jump on
few
his
times
panel.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have indirect, could have informal multi-channel networks. And I mean, That's it. Like there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to grow and support each other, because YouTube channels are black owned business. So it's just like there's no sense in, I got it. You got dysfunctional people who are their focus is tearing down channels, tearing down videos because they don't like what they're hearing or they're trying to control someone else. You do have people with those controlling spirits and that low vibration energy, but it's just better to just, in my opinion, when someone's dysfunctional or they're toxic, it just throw them away, because there's no sense in going into 2020 dealing with pandemic, and you got a virus running around that people are believe in it and don't believe in it and all that. Then you got the presidential election. Then you got the police. They've been doing broken windows policing for like forever, and to make their numbers, they go to minority neighborhoods, they over police to make their quotas. All this stuff's been going on for the longest, and it's just better for us to surround ourselves with positive people who want to move in the direction of change, as opposed to trying to change somebody's mind. I mean, there's no point in changing somebody's mind when the facts and information and data is already out there. So at this point, it's like, instead of like letting somebody gaslight us or lie to us, or they want to play devil's advocate, or they want to do this and that as far as strawman arguments, it's just best to just throw them away, distance ourselves from them, and just move upward or onward with people who are all about the mission or whatever the goal is.
Well, I'm
Right.
down for that. I'm down for that. Let's start today. Me,
Okay.
Mr. Vegas, Sheila, Mr. Research, right off the top of my head, D. Darrell is another one. I
That's
like his
right.
platform too.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
great to say him too. I like his. And what I could do is, like I said, I don't think I've never been an A student. I've been a B, I had to study. But I bring some to the table, and I could bring politicians that, speak on our platforms and stuff like that,
Thanks to
Police
Google,
officers. Yeah.
thanks
Hmm.
to Google, you don't have to be an A
yeah, and
student
I'm a
anymore.
firm.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's true. No, I was just going to say that I am a firm believer, that there's nothing wrong with having an agenda. But the problem is, if your agenda is destructive to the community, then it needs to go.
Yes.
So, all of us with the positive agenda, the knowledge team, that's what we're going to call each other.
Yes. Oh, you go ahead, Faith.
The knowledge team. That's what we need to get together, and we need to pump it out here, and be the one that counteracts all the negativity that's being thrown out here. And we might
Mm-hmm.
need to pay the bumpity bump music and all that type of stuff, like Mr.
I mean,
Vegas said.
yeah, because I'm telling you, people like for example, just in my experience, in order for me to get like men on my channel, I gotta show like I got a segment that I do is called Adult Playground, where I talk about like BDSM and all that, and I got to do that to get men to come to my channel. And then like you flip the script and be like, okay, this is the reason why you need to invest in assets and not invest in OnlyFans. And that's just kind of the conversation. That's just pretty much how it's got to be, because a lot of people, they get what they get, and they're usually searching for entanglement, or they're searching for, what celebrity news that interests them, or they're searching for, whatever. So you attract the bees with the honey, and then when they come, it's like, okay, I know I'm not trying to bait and switch you. I know you wanted to hear about entrapment. I know you wanted to hear about how awful black people are, but here's what I got for you, and then boom. And that's just it. Like Faith was saying, you got to play the bumpity bump music, the music that's toxic to black people, where they're using the N word and talking about shooting us up. Play that music, and then when they're come and they're dancing, then you hit them with the boom. And then those who want to stay can stay. Those who want to leave, let them leave. Let them go back to continuing to hurt each other and do their thing. I mean, it is what it is.
But my theme song today, Marvin Gaye, what's going on? That's my
Yeah,
theme song.
that's it. That's back when music was
What is
music, and they
going
actually used
on?
instruments and stuff. Yeah, they used to actually sing instead of using auto tune. I agree.
Mm. But Faith,
Yeah,
give
I
me your
had said I
email
was
because
going
my
to
phone
start
grade
doing some
dropped
different
dead.
stuff.
Faith, I need
Uh
your email.
oh. Okay, it's The Faith Jones channel.
G Faith
@gmail.com.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you. You gonna be free tomorrow at 3?
Yeah, I'm actually off tomorrow, so that's perfect.
Good. So I'm gonna email y'all the conference call number and code. Click on. I'm gonna be there early, about 10 minutes to 3, and y'all gonna hear
Now
how we get
that's East
down.
Coast time, right?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so
I'm
my
in
time be
upstate New
about one
York.
o'clock.
You in Chicago?
No, no, I live in Phoenix. I grew up in Chicago.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like I said, okay. So you in Phoenix? Okay.
Won't that be 12 for Phoenix? Because it's
No,
that Pacific
but
time zone.
I'm thinking we're only 2 hours behind them.
Oh shit! Well, I'm Pacific time zone. I'm 3. If it's East Coast at 3, then it'd be like noon.
Noon. Okay.
But I'm thinking
Okay.
Phoenix is the same time zone as Nevada. Yeah, I think it.
Oh,
Yeah, it
what's
is.
up,
Yeah.
LAR? LAR down there.
Good morning, LAR. We just talking some, politics. Talk about our community, the
We
impact we
talking
can
we
make.
talking community, politics, positivity, stuff you wouldn't know about. No,
Generational wealth.
I like messing with LAR. I fucks with LAR. I've been knowing LAR for years.
And you're speaking of generational wealth. Like I got a tip. So wherever somebody works, when you get your paycheck, if wherever you work is publicly traded, use some of that paycheck to invest in stock in the company you work for. So that way you're making money one way and you're also making money another way. And if you're working for someone that's not publicly traded, there may be like a company that they contract with or for that may be publicly traded. And if that's also a no, then if your company has like a 401k or IRA program, I don't recommend getting into those retirement accounts. I could speak on that stuff ad nauseum, but the same companies that your company invests in as far as a 401k and IRA, you can invest in those companies on your own. And that way, instead of you just getting your paycheck, you paying your bills and you're right back to square zero, you can start to, like Sheila was saying, work on generational wealth and having assets that'll pay you passive income. So that way, one day in the future, instead of you having to earn money through active income, you can earn it through passive, and you can have more freedom to do whatever you want to do in life. Because the worst thing in the world is having to punch a time clock for people who you feel don't like you or don't respect you or not giving you opportunities or are passing you up for promotions or shortchanging you as far as giving you work and what have you. It's just we have to focus on, like what's been said on the panel, moving away from depending on someone else to pay our bills, and we can focus on being more independent to pay our own.
That's what's
I
up.
love that. And Faith, your email, when I give you the conference call number, or anybody who in the chat that that want to join us also, they can, because they hold up to 150 people on the line.
Okay, all right. Well, I will definitely link the emails of some other content creators that I know might be interested as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream, guys, because I
Okay.
gotta pee.
I was ready to get off anyway because my phone ready to go down. But I love this. I mean, this is so beautiful. It was, and thank you for allowing me to be on your panel. And then my brother, thank you for your knowledge and the one in the chat. Y'all have a blessed day. And it's always a pleasure for us to get together and just brainstorm and just talk about, what can we bring to the table? How can I help? I love this. So everybody
Absolutely.
just have a blessed day on my part.
But before you
And
leave,
thank
Sheila,
you
leave
again.
us with some final thoughts so that we can close the stream out right.
Okay. Well, my final thought is that, you know what? If we just come together in unity, We could be some powerful people. We could agree to disagree. But no, at the end of the day is our ancestor died. So everything that we, living our luxury, we taking advantage of or whatever, they wish they could have that freedom we had today. So the end of the day is, my brother, my sister, don't forget your history. Never forget where you came from. It's nothing but the grace of God you at where you at today. That's all I have to say.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Beautiful. And Mr. Vegas, do you have any final thoughts for us, sir?
I'm not going behind that. I really appreciate you having me on. I'm gonna come on the panel more often because I'm usually up during this time. I really appreciate it. This is a good talk.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure having both you and Sheila. I love having my intellectuals. I look at you two as my intellectuals. I love my intellectuals. When I have my intellectuals on, we need to have a feel for everything, and when I have my intellectuals on, this is when I see that the people are learning. People are learning about politics, business, having that, what is the word I'm looking for? That pride as a people. So, when I have my intellectuals on and you're teaching the people about having that pride in self, about picking yourself up, dusting yourself off, and knowing that you're better and that you can get out there and compete and you can do it. This is what it's all about. So, I love having you guys on here. It's always a pleasure for me when my people come on here. You guys make me look good. I don't know if I'm doing a good job of saying it, but I really want to
You
express
are,
my
Faith.
appreciation. I really do. I appreciate both of you.
Thank you. Everybody have a blessed day.
All right.
All
Okay.
right, see you both later.
All
Okay.
right.
All right. Bye bye.
Okay. So now here I am by myself, y'all. And I'm going to end the stream by saying that I really appreciate all the viewers that came in here today, all the people that sent cash apps. I really appreciate you as well. I want to say peace to the chat, peace to the people that bless my panel with their knowledge. Because like I said, it's not just me that make this channel work, but it's all of you. When you all come in, you participate, you share your knowledge and your expertise. This is what makes this channel great. And so I just want to say, keep it up, guys. You all are shining stars, every single last one of you. And you all have something to offer to the next generation, by the way. And the first thing that you have to offer is your knowledge. So please keep blessing us with the knowledge. I'm going to keep coming back every day, giving you the truth as I know it, and the knowledge that I do have as well. So with that said, everybody, I am out. I gotta go to the bathroom. Holla.